I'd like to welcome everyone to the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is November 9th, 2021, and we are meeting at the district offices located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. I'd like to welcome you to our study session, and the first item on this agenda is an update on strategic planning. I will turn time over to Superintendent Rick Robbins.
Thank you, President Tingy. We have Drew Chauncey on the phone from Ed Elements to give us this update.
Welcome, Drew.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, good evening. Good to chat with you all. Just wanted to provide a brief update on where we are in the strategic planning process. And we're really getting into an exciting time right now because next Monday is the beginning of our planning team's work. And that is going to involve bringing in just shy of about 100 people from across the Canyon School District community to work on building out the actionable pieces of the strategic plan. If you remember, when we last left off, we were determining and finalizing what those focus areas were going to be. And we presented to you 10 different focus areas. Each of those focus areas is going to have a planning team associated with it that will then carry out kind of building out the plan in each of those respective areas over the course of about a month. We begin on November 15th next week, again on November 16th, and then we'll have some time in between, about 2 weeks, to come back on December 6th and December 7th to finish that out. Each of those sessions is going to be 3 hours long, located at the district office, and each of the board members should have been invited to at least one planning team to sit on as a representative of the board. We have probably about outreach has been going out to these individuals, and we've got probably about 80% confirmed attendance so far, which is great. It's definitely going to be a packed house. And we have a lot to accomplish with these teams. I just wanted to also go over what the outcomes for each of the 4 sessions that we're going to be meeting with them are going to be. I sent over a slide to Cindy earlier, and Rick and Nancy, I copied you. So do board members have access to that slide?
We are looking at it on the screen here in the room.
Got it. Okay. So what you'll notice is if folks are familiar with Simon Sinek's work on the golden circle and the importance of starting with why, that's really how we're framing the work that we're going to do with planning teams. You'll see on the 15th, we're going to get really clear with the group on what roles, norms, and expectations are going to be for each of the planning teams as the work kind of unfolds. And we're going to spend most of our time clarifying that purpose. So why is each of these focus areas important to the successful completion of the strategic plan? We'll do some empathy building work where we're going to ask members of each of the planning teams to think about the constituencies and the communities that they represent and how the work is going to impact each of them. And then we're going to finish off that day by drafting impact statements, which are really those why statements that will guide the work for each of the planning teams. You'll see on the 16th, we're starting to move out from the center of the circle and getting into the how. So once we have those clearly defined impact statements ready, we'll then begin drafting the strategic initiatives for the how of making that why happen. So examples of a strategic initiative might be, for example, for creating multiple pathways to success for students, strategic initiative might be something like increasing opportunities for participation in existing pathways or utilizing partnerships to establish additional pathways. From there, we'll get on the 6th, I'm getting ahead of myself. So those objectives will be in draft form on the 16th. And then in the 2 weeks between, 2 or 3 weeks, I'm not great at math, between the 16th and the 6th is when planning team members will be soliciting feedback about those strategic initiatives and impact statements from the broader community. They'll bring that feedback back to our session on the 6th, when we will finalize those strategic initiatives and then start to draft the what, or the outer ring of the circle, these specific objectives that are going to allow the plan to be carried out successfully. And we'll also talk about what are the metrics for success that we're going to have to keep in mind as we move into the progress monitoring phase of the strategic plan, which will happen when this process is all wrapped up. You'll see on the 7th, we will have finalized objectives, finalized success criteria, as well as finalized strategic initiatives and impact statements at that point. So hopefully that visual on the right-hand side kind of shows you how the essential questions that we're going to be asking with each of those planning teams. Hopefully that chart on the left-hand side is a clear-cut list of objectives and takeaways from each of those sessions. We want to make sure that everyone involved knows why they're there and what they're going to be doing during that time. So I'll pause there. I talked a lot and would love to open it up to any questions that folks might have about the planning team's process.
Thank you, Drew. I think there probably are some questions. Mrs. Oakes?
Hi, Drew. Thanks so much for the update. And that's really helpful to understand how things are going to run those 4 days. I do have a question. So I've received some emails and correspondence with constituents that previously, when the survey was limited in some of the way that the questions were asked, and we did have opportunity for open-ended things, but people said there are certain things I'd like to have been asked about, but I wasn't. And we've encouraged them to write into communications and into the district with those concerns to make sure that those are considered as part of strategic planning. How would you respond to those constituents about how this is going to be, their feedback is going to be pulled in, considering it wasn't necessarily part of the survey?
Okay, so if I'm hearing you correctly, there were some other mediums through which constituents were providing feedback to the district, and you're curious to know how that will be relayed to planning teams?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Specifically, I mean, like, for instance, I have a large group of parents at Draper Park Middle who are very concerned about start times, and we've told them quite often, like, we're going to address some of those questions and whatnot in our strategic planning. When they received the survey and it didn't necessarily mention start times in particular, they were very concerned about making sure that, you know, we're true to our word about making sure that those concerns are enveloped into this process. So I'm just curious, you know, with these planning teams in the process, how that would fit in.
Yeah, so for that specific example, I'm thinking about that probably falls into the planning of the school start times. That probably falls into the planning team around high quality learning experiences. So specific feedback like that can be relayed to that specific team. We have documents that are going to be going out to the planning team tomorrow that kind of provides a download of focus group data, survey data, and resources that have been curated by the district to sort of prime their thinking before the planning actually gets underway. If there are other sources of data that need to be incorporated, so if there is something like feedback around start times, we would just have to make sure that we have access to that so we can share it with the appropriate teams.
And just out of curiosity, have you and Shelby received some of those emails or different information from constituents that have emailed in about those kinds of specific concerns?
I have not personally received any emails or been forwarded emails that pertain to that specific constituent concern.
Okay, so if we can make sure that that gets passed on, that would be awesome. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, happy to receive it whenever you're ready to send that.
Thank you. Mrs. Neubauer?
Thank you, Drew. Actually, I have that email as well and was planning on bringing it to that access to high quality, since I'm the board member that's assigned to that team. A couple questions I had. The November 15th, 16th, December 6th, and 7th, are each of these focus areas and planning teams meeting all 4 of those evenings? Because, okay. Okay. And then when I was looking at specifically that later start time, I also was planning on passing that along to the social and emotional supports team as well, because I kind of feel it fits into that category as well as the access. So bring that to both. As I've been getting emails about things like this, I've just been trying to categorize where that would fit in and then trying to funnel that to the appropriate place. Is that also
Okay,
if we come with those things as board members, would that also work?
Yeah, and that's part of the reason why we wanted to make sure board members were represented on these teams so that there can be a line of communication directly into the planning team process. So if there are additional materials that you'd like to share with specific teams, please feel free to do that.
Great.
Can I maybe just insert a suggestion here? Board members, as you have this type of feedback that you think is relevant to one of the planning teams, will you please, I'm just going to at this point ask Jeff Haney and communications if they could receive those from board members and then make sure that the planning team leads have copies of those communications and the feedbacks that are specifically pertaining to strategic planning. And then we'll have kind of some consistency on that. Everyone okay with that? Okay, thanks. Board, other questions? Mr. Wrigley.
Hi there. Just a question for you. I've read and memorized your book, so I think I know somewhat you're coming from, but what other things do I need to prepare for before these meetings so I could be prepared for it? Are you sending out information beforehand, or is there anything else I need to do to be prepared for these meetings?
Yep, that's actually going, those reminder emails are going out tomorrow. So that'll have all the information that you need to be successful for our time together on the 15th and 16th. And included in that will be sort of as I mentioned, a data download from survey data, focus group data, and other district artifacts that we've been collecting that will kind of prime focus group members' thinking before we actually get together. So that email will be in your inbox tomorrow.
Okay, so just reading the information and be prepared with that probably should be sufficient to start then. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Mrs. Nybauer.
The parents that have been asked to be in those meetings, will they also be getting those emails from you?
Yep.
Okay.
They're actually going to be, the emails are actually going to be coming from the district project team leads. We're sending them a template and they have the direct contact to each of their planning team members. But everyone who is participating in a planning team will be getting an email with resources that are customized to their group.
Okay. I have some parents that have gotten the emails that have reached out to me and some that have not yet. And so since it's next week, you're saying all of them will be out by tomorrow.
All of the invitation emails were sent by the planning team leads last week. This is just a reminder and a follow-up to make sure everyone who has confirmed their attendance or their participation in the planning team has the information that they need to hit the ground running.
Okay, so if we submitted a parent name and she has not yet received it, then we need to follow up with who?
Can you give me the name of the individual and I can just see right now on the spreadsheet?
Yes. Okay. Oh, our president is saying to talk to you offline about that.
Okay.
In regards to a specific name.
Yes. Yep. And then some board member, I received by mistake an invitation to a planning meeting that I'm not part of. Are all the board members receiving? Because I haven't gotten one for my I'm high access to high quality. Has any other board member gotten? Because I got one for governance, but I'm not in governance.
You're special.
Okay, so board members are not getting an email. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So that initial invitation language that went out to parents and other individuals who will be in those planning teams was sent out before we determined which board members were going to sit on which team. So that's why you didn't receive an invitation email, but you will be receiving that email tomorrow with the resources.
Okay, and if you do not, board, if you do not receive that information tomorrow, please contact me and I'll follow through to make sure that that happens. And then also just Drew, the board submitted parent names and those parents were, and suggestions for which planning team. However, some planning teams were, maybe the size became a little large, but those parents, would they have been given opportunity to participate on a different team?
They were, so the names that were given were, they should all be in the spreadsheet. If there is, I mean, we could do some rearranging because some of the groups are a bit large, but at this point there's a pretty significant difference in terms of size of the number of people on each team. So that's not really a concern for me. It really matters that we have the right people on the right team.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mrs. Oakes?
Just one more follow-up question. I don't think I have seen the spreadsheet. Can you resend that to us, Drew, so that we can see which, you have it. Okay, got it. Sorry, I apologize.
Y'all have access to that?
I did send it out, but I'll remind them where it is. So thank you.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? All right. Well, Drew, we look forward to this next phase of this work that we're doing, and we thank you for joining us at our meeting this evening.
Absolutely. We're really excited too. We'll see you all next week.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Take care.
Thanks. You too. Superintendent, do you have anything to add?
No, just appreciation to everybody and looking forward to Monday. So it's exciting to see this work go forward.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Next on the agenda is the Foundation Board Annual Report. This is something we look forward to every year, and I will turn time over to Denise Haycock, Foundation Development Officer.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. I thank you for the opportunity to provide you with an update on the Canyons Education Foundation. The last update I gave to you was before the pandemic hit. So we've got a little bit to talk about. Back in March 2020, our focus shifted from doing large events and fundraising to helping students and families in need. So we went from doing galas and the big events to delivering food, toilet paper, school supplies, whatever was needed to the families. So we were happy to do that and make that switch as was needed for where we were at. We also created the Connect Canyons campaign, which was part of the campaign that raised funds to bring internet access to our students and devices to our students. So we were happy to be part of that initiative as well and help bridge that gap. Our mission has always remained the same, and our mission is written on the slide up there, and that's enhancing the education experience for students of Canyon School District through community partnerships and fundraising. So whether it be through big events or just helping an individual student or family, the mission is the same. It just depends on how we need to adapt and adjust to what's happening in the world. Is this my clicker here? There we go. The foundation currently has 20 amazing board members, and they truly are what make up the foundation. The names that are in bold are my executive board members, and everyone else is a board member. We are expecting to get 2 additional board members in January of 2022. So you will get their names for approval at that time. We also have ex officio members, which would be our superintendent and board member Mont Millerberg, whom we love, and the mayors of all of our cities, myself, Susan, Mary Lee. We all attend all of the meetings, but we do not have any voice in the voting. The board that we have, they give up their time, their talent, financial resources. They give me connections to help bring donors in. And I am truly thrilled with the board that I have right now. I also want to do a quick thank you to the External Relations Department and the Communications Department, because we really are a team. And when we have an event or I have something going on, they jump in and they help out. And I do appreciate them and everything that they do for the foundation. So the important thing is, how are we getting money in and how are we spending the money? That's basically what the foundation is all about. So I'm going to talk to you about the funds received, and I'm talking about fiscal year 20 and fiscal year 21. So cash donations in, you can see that we didn't really slow down much, even with the pandemic. We were able to bring in over 642,000 in fiscal year 20 and 686 in fiscal year 21. So that's pretty good considering where we were at in the world. So we were happy with that. We also get in-kind donations, and in-kind donations are anything from food, clothing items, shoes, school supplies, gifts for us to use at an auction. And you can see that number there, over 322,000 in in-kind donations. We have partnerships and advertising that we run through our office. We average around 23,000 a year in funds that we bring in that way. I do have to do a shout out, and I know Mon has talked about this in the past. Our golf tournaments were extremely successful over the last 2 years. We had to change our format to accommodate COVID restrictions, but that allowed us to have more golfers and raise more money. So when you can bring in almost $100,000 on a golf tournament, we felt like it was a good fundraiser. Our gala is coming back in 2022. We'll be doing a Western themed gala at Brighton High School on April 14th. So get that on your calendars. And we're excited to have the gala coming back. So just a quick note on the initiatives. I did talk about the Connect Canyons campaign that we did. We always do a Gathering for Good holiday donation drive and auction, and that's for the employees within Canyon School District to give back to our families. We do a Tools for School back to school donation drive where we get school supplies, backpacks, things that the children might need to head back. We do have an endowment fund that we add to each year from the profits that we raise. Our endowment fund right now is at $358,000. We continue to grow that every year. And our total assets as of September 30th are $1,122,839. So that's some numbers of what we have gotten in. But here's the fun part, how we give. So we get money in, we try and turn it around as quickly as possible and give it back out to the teachers and students. So the Foundation Innovation Grants, we typically give out around $100,000 a year in innovation grants. We did skip last year because of COVID, but otherwise we've given out close to $100,000 every year. I want to thank you, board members that were able to join us on we used to call it the Fund Bus, but it's the Funds Bus because we don't go to Wendover. So we load everyone up and we get our big checks and we go out and surprise teachers at schools. And so you can see the pictures on the slide. I think every picture of me over the last 3 years, I have a big check in my hand. So it's kind of fun. So we're happy to give that back to teachers. And we try and go across the board with high school, middle school, elementary, and special programs. And we did a really good job of that this year, hitting all of those different groups. Another project that we have that I'm very proud of that we've been involved in is the Donors Choose projects. Donors Choose is a way for teachers to enter projects in, and then anybody can go in and fund them. So they might have a project where they want some new books for their classroom, some headphones. And so I go in and I'm watching every day. I go in to see which teachers in Canyon School District have listed projects on Donors Choose. I'm also watching to see who's matching those funds. So the other companies, other foundations will go in and put in matching. So they might say, we're doing a double match. So I can put in money and get that extended. So that's why I wanted to put that number in there, is that we've spent $319,944 since 2019, but the impact has been $525,000. So that's using other people's money to fund our teachers. And I think that's very important. And I encourage all of our teachers to put in Donors Choose projects, all the way from high school, special schools, preschools. Again, that's just a quick, easy way for us to get you funded and what you want in your classroom. We also provide the funding for the Teacher of the Year. We do a fun gift basket for the teachers, and we also do a monetary donation to the top winners. And the past few years, Jordan Credit Union has been our sponsor for that, and we appreciate that. We do Utah College Application Week, where every year we give them up to $10,000 to make sure students have the funds to apply for college. We provide money for mental health supports through the responsive services for students who may need counseling. We support students and families in need, and we spend over $550,000 a year, either in holiday assistance or just getting them food and clothing that they might need. So another fun way that we give out money is scholarships, and we facilitate over $47,000 in college scholarships. And those aren't all coming through the foundation, but we have a lot of private donors who we handle all of the paperwork, make sure the students get it, and the donor just has to give us the money, tell us how they want it handled, and then we make sure it gets to the students. So that is something that we have increased over the last few years. Canyons Education Foundation always does a Bright Star scholarship for each one of our high schools, which is a $1,000 scholarship. And then we do a Rising Star scholarship for the district, which is $2,500. For the last few years, we've been doing the My 529 College Savings Account scholarships for first generation 7th graders who would be going to college. Their parents are more excited about this scholarship than they are, but it's a $500 that we put in a college savings account for them. So when they're ready to go for college, it's there and it's growing funds from 7th grade on. We do have an endowment fund for a scholarship. That is the Fairborn Scholarship Endowment. And she keeps asking, is that ever going to go down? But we have it invested very well, and we spend it every year. She does very nice scholarships, and it just continues to grow. So she'll be giving scholarships for quite a while. We also receive donations specific to schools and programs from donors that request. When a donor asks us, they give us a donation and they say, I want it to go here, we make sure that that's where it goes. So 100% of the funds that we get in go directly back to teachers or students in Canyon School District. So we're very proud of that. So I do want to do a big thank you to the private donors, our community partners, our business partners for providing these donations and giving back to Canyon School District. So this is just money that the district doesn't have to spend. And again, everything from as little as some food and snacks so the kids don't go hungry during the day, to shoes and boots and coats when it's cold. Walmart gave us 8 pallets of school supplies to make sure that the kids had what they needed. Costco gives us backpacks. So we have a lot of partnerships out there that I'm very proud of, and I want to thank them and let them know how much we appreciate what they do for Canyon School District. So in closing, I just want to say that the Canyons Education Foundation is proud to support the mission of the Board of Education, and our goal is to have a positive impact on the students and teachers in Canyon School District. And I hope you can see that that is what we're doing. So I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Denise. This really is great work that you and the foundation board are doing, and those that assist you. Board comments? We approved the board members at the October 5th meeting, I believe.
Correct.
Yeah. And so this is just the annual report.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, it's just
Okay.
an update on what we've been up to.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Millerberg and then Mrs. Oaks.
Denise, you asked for questions. It's more of a comment than a question. Going back to the very beginning of the school district. I don't know, Susan, you were a volunteer at the time or if you'd been hired at that point in time. Susan was, should we say, a volunteer extraordinaire. And we had our first foundation golf tournament, and we shared that with the Jordan School District. And I think Susan and I walked away from that one, said, that was an experience we don't want to have again. And a lot of work was put in by a lot of people to get the foundation organized, certified as a charitable organization. And we've been through a few directors since then. And I absolutely loved being in on the ground floor when the foundation was first brought into existence. And when I lost an election and left the board, that was one of the saddest experiences I had as part of the Board of Education, is leaving the foundation. And when I came back and they offered me the ability to go back to the foundation, I was just elated. In all those years, since the very beginning, I don't know that we've had better leadership in the foundation. I don't know that we've ever had more success than we've had. And the people that have been selected to serve on the foundation board are just extraordinary people. And it is a privilege for me to be able to associate with them. And I don't know, Denise, that I've ever seen anybody have so much fun raising money as you do. And and I think the only thing that appears to be more fun for you than raising it is to give it away.
It's true.
And the Canyons Education Foundation truly supplements and enhances the learning of our students. So I'm just grateful to be a part of that and grateful for the leadership you've provided.
Thank you, Mom.
Thank you. Mrs. Oaks?
I just want to thank you again. I love the fund bus. I'm going to reterm it, right? So that was a really wonderful day. And it's so rewarding to be able to see the excitement of the teachers and their students. And thank you for everything all of you do behind the scenes. I know there's a million different decisions and efforts that none of us will ever see, but we do see the results and they're fantastic. So
Thank you.
Mrs. Schill?
I just want to thank you and your board for all you guys have done, because it really is amazing. I remember when I was first on the board, I think the golf tournament raised like 40 or 50 and we thought that was so great. And now you've like doubled that. So anyway, just thank you for all your work. It's
I remember
great.
when I was hired, they said, do you think you can raise 25,000 at the golf tournament? I'm like, I don't know, maybe. so I'm happy.
I call it the blessing of COVID.
Yes, that's true. And we've been lucky with weather every year.
Great. I too was able to join this year in delivering some of those big checks, and that was so wonderful. And it was great to see how excited the kids are when their teacher is recognized. See how excited the teacher is to explain what that resource will bring to their classroom. And so it really is an amazing thing. So thank you. Thank you. And please extend our appreciation to your board. And I know you've got a couple of board members here.
He's on my executive board. And of course, Marilee and Susan is a big part of the team for the foundation. So yes, it takes a village.
It does. And we appreciate all of you and all the work that you do. Thank you. Okay, next is the annual school fees policy review. I will turn the time over to Mr. Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator.
You are now muted.
Yeah, school fees. So again, and hey, thank you, President Tingy and members of the board. Just to give you why we're doing this is the USBE board rule obviously requires that we have a policy, which we do. And then it requires that we annually review that policy in an open meeting. And so that's the this presentation tonight. So our policy has to, and we have to update you on school fees themselves, and then any fundraising, fee waivers, and donations. So we'll just hit each one of those really briefly. Again, our policy 500.22 is school fees. Title is attached on board docs. We've had this policy for about 2.5 years when the state board did a major overhaul of school fees. And I think our policy has worked out well and has served us well. But bringing this to you tonight is for any feedback as we look to start next year's fee schedule. And if you want to make any policy changes to the policy, it would need to go to the policy committee, then back to the board. So that's part of the again, bringing this up to you tonight. We're just going to hit the highlights of the policy. Quite long. We won't go over everything there, but when you adopt your fee schedule, you have to have 2 opportunities for public comment. We've usually had 3. We have to adopt the next year's fee schedule by April 1st of every year. We have to have a maximum amount per student for each activity. We have to have an aggregate fee amount per student for each school year. Any revenue raised by a student through an individual fundraiser shall be included as part of the maximum fee for the activity, for that activity and the aggregate amount. We have to have a spend plan for each fee. And then we have to have our fee policy, that one that's on board docs, and the fee schedule posted on our website, the district's website, which we do, and each school has to have it posted on their website as well. Then we move over to fee waivers. You can see the sections there, and again in our same policy that we've kept the fees and the fee waivers together. I think a couple of districts have parsed them out in different policies, but most like us have kept them in the same policy. We have to have a policy to waive fees for any activity, class, or program intended to serve students or is required, and that is subject to waiver. We have to provide for adequate waivers to ensure no student is denied the opportunity to participate in a class or activity. I always commend our principals because they always look out for our students. And so this is, they're with them there every day, making sure they have that opportunity. Our schools have to designate at least one person, that can be multiple, at each administrative level in each school to review and grant waivers. Again, most of our schools has one person designated, but others on backup as needed. Schools cannot treat a student on waiver differently than other students or identify students on waivers. Of course, it has to be confidential. And we have to distribute the impact of any fee waivers across the district so that no school carries a disproportionate share of the waived fees. So we've always done that in our 12 years, even before the state had this updated policy. We've always made sure fee waivers were equally distributed amongst all the schools. Moving on to donations. So a donation is a fee if a student or parent is required to make the donation as a condition of the student's participation in the class or activity. So if it's a fee, if it's a fee, it's a fee, and we can't call it anything. We can't call that a donation. Schools may solicit and accept donations by a student or parent, but must clearly state that donations are voluntary. We tried to, obviously Denise was here doing a great job, direct all the donations through the foundation. And district may not accept a donation that would create significant inequity among schools in the district. Each year we have to, and this happens in October, we have to do an annual school fees certification and compliance survey. So President Tingy got a survey that she completed. Dr. Robbins got a survey that he completed. Then each one of our principals got a survey that they completed. So in total, we had 52 surveys district-wide that had to be completed. And I'm proud to say we got them all done a couple days in front of the deadline. So again, that happened last month. So big thank you to all principals for doing that. Just to again, I'm a numbers guy, so I want to go over the numbers on fees charged and then collected and waived. And so we have to report this to the state. Dr. Robbins and I have to do a report back every June on this. So this is last year's data. But last year we charged general fees were just under 1.5 million. The curricular fees, so those are the classroom fees, about 1.8. Co-curricular fees, quite a bit less, but theirs would vary between during the school day and after the school day. And of course, extracurricular after the school day. And you can see they were almost 2.2. So those first four lines are the fees that we charged. Then as we went over the fee waivers, we had to waive about $435,000 of that. And again, we distributed that equally amongst all the schools, that impact. So then we come back with the total fees that we collected of, 5.167 million there. So that is the impact of the fee schedule. When we do all this information, that's the dollar amounts there. Okay. I wish to note that the USBA, the JLC, if you will, and also the USBE in their legislative priorities, both are advocating for 50 million to eliminate the curricular fees. So that would be the second and third lines moving forward. So we'll have to look and see what happens there. USBA, of course, their top priority is the WPU increase, but then they had this and capital and a couple other ones. So that would be their priorities. I don't want to speak out of line there for USBA, but then USBE, they had 10 priorities. I think this was number 4 on their list. So first, again, was a WPU increase, and the next couple were smaller amounts. And then this was the next big one here, was eliminating the fees. So we'll see how this goes, as they'll have to do it ongoing. You just can't waive them, fund it 1 year. You really got to have a funding plan in place to go with this, continue on. So will be interesting. We'll certainly be watching this as legislation advances. Then the last slide I have is just the next steps that we'll have. So we'll be bringing you the proposed fee schedule for next school year, beginning in February. If we follow our past practice, which I think we'll try to do, we bring the first reading to you, the last meeting in February, then the second reading in the first March meeting, and then ask for your approval at this second March meeting. Again, we have to have public comment in all 3 of those. We're currently meeting with the principals and their financial secretaries on any changes to the fee schedule. So we'll have those for you if we do make any changes. One thing we may have to look at, just started looking at this, but just due to the 1-to-1 and the 15,000+ Chromebooks we have at our secondary schools, we may have to look at an insurance pool for repairs. We cannot charge for the hardware device, but you can do an insurance type pool. So we may look at that, but we'll have more information coming. So with that, that's all I have. Is there any questions or comments? Be happy to answer those.
Questions, anyone? Mr. Wrigley.
Thank you. So when we started, we had some concern. We started changing all the fee schedules around that we may not have a sufficient revenue to cover it. I don't understand on this one. Are we covering the cost, or are we?
Cost.
And then if we do cover the cost, what do we do the excess?
So part of the state board rule is you have to cover the cost, but you can't have an excess. So so therein lies the balance of making sure the fee covers the cost, but not in excess. So that's always the challenging thing there. So right now, and this is one of the things I think we'd like to have our internal auditor look at. We wanted them, we didn't really want it to do it last year because of COVID, because we didn't have really a complete picture of the fees. But for this year, maybe next year, we may have our internal auditor review, go back and do an annual review on this. But that is part of the requirement to make sure. Right now, I don't think there's an excess, but we
So
don't
we
see
should
that.
be okay. I know originally when
We're
we
not in
implemented these
the hole.
fees and all the extra costs and
Yeah.
everything, we were
Yeah.
concerned.
Our
that we-
schools have, a couple, they have the fees, and they also have fundraisers that are not tied to anything on the fees. And so
Mhm.
between all those, they're breaking out fine in that.
Yeah, so
regards.
you're saying we're probably breaking even and we're not in
They're
the
just
hole
in
as we
Yeah, we're not.
we
in the-
thought we might be initially when this fee
Yeah,
thing
the
started
years.
coming in.
But we feel like we're
Great, thank you.
in pretty good shape that way.
I just wanted to comment that what the USBE requires is, even though I guess it's like a survey, it's really an assurance of compliance, and where we every year go through and there's a checklist of things. Are you doing this? Are you doing that? And the one of the things is that we have this annual policy review discussion. And I just wanted to bring up that, and I can't believe we're already knocking on the door of the 22-23 school year, which is when the provision prohibiting charging fees for textbooks, it goes into effect. So do you want to remind us where we are on that? I believe we took steps
That's a good.
forward already on that one.
Yeah, so starting next year, you can't charge for textbooks, and you also can't charge for computer hardware, i.e. the Chromebooks. So what we decided to do this year, again, going back last year, but for this year, we removed the textbook fee. And we also, even though we went 1-to-1, we did not include a Chromebook fee. So we are in compliance with that. And also, to Mr. Wrigley's point, next school year is when you have to be able to match your revenues and expenses on the fee that you charge needs to be equal to the fee that you charge needs to cover the expenses. And so we've been trying to do that the last 2 years when we feel like we're there, but that's also goes into effect next year. So, yeah.
Thank you. Board, any suggestions or things regarding this policy that we'd want to take a look at before beginning the process at the beginning of the year? Mrs. Nybar?
Just one question you have on your presentation of the idea of an insurance pool together for Chromebook probably issues. Where are we at as far as that goes? I know the Chromebook is considered like textbook. So is there a gray area, any outline there as far as what we can or can't do with the insurance?
They do allow an insurance pool.
They
for
do.
that- for that,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's if you want to. Some districts do it, is my understanding. We'll see how they do it and look at that.
Mhm.
But yeah.
Okay.
Just with so many Chromebooks, it just, my boy walks in and probably anybody who has a student walks in and they drop the backpack with the Chromebook right on the floor, right? So, yeah. So then we have issues trying to get them fixed. Yeah. Well,
Yeah, just give me a little better explanation as to how that insurance pool would work. Would that be a self-funded?
it'd be self-funded.
We would, I'm not quite understanding what that would be.
What
In the past, haven't we fixed that internally, taking care of broken Chromebooks? and
Yeah,
stuff?
but we just never had this many out there. We'd always have the labs and we didn't allow students to take them.
So are you just talking a budget
Yeah.
item to say this is what we're anticipating repairs, but we would
Yeah.
still take care of that in-house?
Yeah, it was still
Okay.
repaired in-house. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And-
I've got a question.
Okay, looks like another question. Mrs. Nybar?
So obviously there's a lot more. Are we anticipating then that we would be hiring more people in the IT repair department or?
I think we're hired. We're using our ESSER's money to add a couple more what we call field techs. So those are the people out in the schools
Mhm.
fixing the Chromebooks.
Mhm.
This would be more for parts and replacements of those. If we
Okay.
went that route, yeah.
Thanks.
But we also have to look at funding these people after, we've always talked about ESSER running out in 3 years, but we have to talk about funding these people after that if we want to keep this initiative going. So, yeah.
And that just gives me an idea too, as the internal auditors start looking at things, maybe they could identify the cost, that type of cost that we would need to consider as we move forward.
Yeah. We're actually going to have them do a little different project this year, but starting next year, maybe that could be something.
Okay.
So.
Anything else, board? All right. Thank you very much. Okay, next is discussion and proposal for emergency school closure days. This is a first reading, and I will turn time over to, it looks like Alice Peck from the School Performance Department.
President Tingy, board members. This evening, I'm bringing you a proposal for emergency closure day options. And last November 10th, which was a year ago almost to the day, I presented an option to you for how to address instructional days in the event of possible school closures due to inclement weather or other emergencies. And if you recall, the decision to hold a remote learning day was approved for last school year, and that was for last school year only. As luck would have it, we did have to hold a remote learning day on February 17th last year. We did have to close schools due to heavy snow that made travel dangerous to our buildings. So I am back to look again at possible options for this coming school, or this current school year, should we have the need for an emergency closure. So let's just take a look at the options. Should the district need to close schools due to an emergency or inclement weather, the following options are currently available to you as a board according to the district calendar. You could use President's Day. We could use another remote learning day on the day of the actual closure, or an extended school year could be in play by one day to make up that seat time. So those are the options. So prior to last year, President's Day was really the only option that we used for making up seat time. This particular option requires teachers and students to attend school on a previously scheduled holiday. And we found that previous attendance data showed that our makeup days in terms of attendance was typically really low. The average range was anywhere from 30 to 50%. And that was across all schools. So in the event that a school closure needs to occur, another option would be for the remote learning day, which was the one that we used last year. We would then pivot to remote learning. The current academic calendar would still be maintained, and without having to make up any alternate day on a holiday or end of year. This would be good for consistency in the academic week, as the instruction would be maintained and not disrupted. Teaching would occur on that day using one or more of the following lessons. It could be on Canvas. We could have hard copy lessons, reading assignments, projects, possible synchronous and asynchronous opportunities that would again align with that week's learning objectives. And attendance would be taken using the learner validated attendance criteria as per district policy and practice. And just as a reminder, our district policy and practice is aligned with USBE's R277-419, which is their pupil accounting code. And so if we were to use this, it would be the same as our 6 remote Fridays that were just approved. And the method for taking attendance would be along the lines of different types of engagement. So it could possibly include a minimum student login. It could include the actual teacher contact with the students. There could be hourly requirements, not just per day, but per that week. And so students could provide or demonstrate completed assignments in a certain amount of time that was deemed appropriate by the school. Okay. So just as you recall in the previous slide, we talked about the attendance that we typically had on a makeup day in previous years. So we're going to look now at the learner validated attendance that we had this last year on February 17th versus the attendance that we had typically had on makeup days in previous years. And so in looking at all of our schools that had an increase in learner validated attendance on the school closure day, which would be the remote learning day, we had 4 of our 5 traditional high schools say that there was an increase in attendance. Middle schools and elementary schools, roughly 50%. Now, the schools that had a decrease in learner validated attendance, note that these were not our traditional high schools, but we had 3 schools, CTA, Diamond Ridge, and Jordan Valley, that actually had a decrease in attendance on those days. 1 of our middle schools and 3 of our elementaries had a decrease. But in terms of school attendance staying the same, regardless of whether it was a remote or in-person day, we had 1 high school, 3 middle schools, and 6 elementary schools say it was about 6s. So it was a wash. It is important to note that 3 of our elementary schools stated that it was kind of a combination of 1 and 3. They said it definitely wasn't a decrease in attendance, but it certainly was either an increase or attendance stayed the same. And so our proposal would be that we continue a remote learning day this school year in the event that we had another emergency closure for whatever the reason might be. And so with that, I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Hey, board, any questions? This is kind of our time to discuss. As you recall, and as Mrs. Peck said, last year we designated the remote virtual learning with the idea that we'd come back and visit it again this year to find out how it went. So they provided us that information. And we call it Emergency School Closure Day, even though the nickname is Snow Day. But we are aware that there are other situations that do and may arise that that would require or make it not safe to go to school. So with that, I'm just going to open it up. Board, do you have any thoughts, any additional information? This is a first reading. And so this would be the time to ask questions or ask for any additional information to be brought forward. Okay. I think everyone, maybe we'll just go down the line and we'll just, Mr. Millerberg, and we'll just kind of go down the line. Thanks.
It seems somewhat contradictory to have a discussion on something I don't think we need to have a discussion on. Because if we increase attendance over what we've traditionally done, it's easier for the parent, it's easier for the students. Probably the biggest question I have is why we didn't put it on for action tonight, because to me, it just seems like one of the biggest no-brainers since the invention of time. Thank you for putting it together in such a succinct way so that we can see how the figures and the numbers crunch out. But I just look at it and say, oh yeah, we've got a winner here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so excuse me, I just have a question. So, we don't call a snow day or virtual day until like 5 a.m. So what will teachers be expected to do, right? Because they won't have known, they won't be prepared. So I'm just wondering what is that going to look like?
So just like we did last year, we sort of prep teachers and our students for an in case, right? So on the in case that we did have to have a school closure, here's what our learning is going to look like. Last year, we were fortunate enough to have a little bit of a heads up. Of course, you never know for sure until the morning of, but it was just enough for teachers and students to prepare themselves to check in, whether it was on their Canvas coursework. I think a lot of our teachers went ahead, particularly at the elementary school level, and sent work home on the in case. And certainly if we were able to hold school, then they would come to school and go back to what we had planned originally. So it can be a little tricky, but I think if you make sure that teachers and students know what will happen if we have to have a school closure, that they, just like they did last year, I think they were really prepared, more than we thought they would be. And so we feel pretty confident that with that experience that we wouldn't have too much difficulty pivoting this year if we had to.
Okay, so are elementary schools using Canvas? Because I'm just wondering how it's gonna be for
one
them.
option. Yes, our elementary schools do have Canvas as an option. Part of the problem that we run into is connectivity for students. So we just give a variety of different options to teachers, and the teachers know their students and what they'll have access to. So they will plan accordingly to make sure that they get the instruction they need.
Okay, so they could just send an email to parents.
They
then.
could, yes.
Yeah, so that it wouldn't have to be on Canvas.
And
but
the idea in knowing ahead of time is that parents and teachers can communicate again on the in case. So if this happens, then here's the next step. Check your email or check your Skyward, phone calls, whatever they have decided to put in place.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I think this is one of the few perks that's come out of COVID, actually. I think last year was the smoothest snow day my kids have ever had. Or I know that's not what we're calling it, but that was what instigated the need for it. And I really am grateful for everything that the teachers have done in preparation on those moments. I mean, I think that the virtual Fridays last year taught us a lot how to prepare for it. And we would be unwise, in my opinion, to not take advantage of that very thing. So I'm in great favor of this. So
Thank you, Mrs. Oakes. Now, Mr. Wrigley.
Yeah, I think most of our students above third grade have their own one-on-one computers now. Is that it? Or where are we on?
Yeah, that is true. Not necessarily one-on-one, meaning they have them at home. But in the school, yes.
Okay, so they could assign them the day before if they needed to?
It's a possibility. And you'd have to look at and weigh whether or not you knew for sure that the students wouldn't be coming the next day and the work it would take to check those out. It's certainly a possibility. Absolutely.
Okay, the nice thing is you're able to do quite a bit of actual learning if you're able to do that. I like this emergency day because there's a couple of reasons you use it. One, on a typical snow day, if the kid can't get in, the parents typically can't get in either. So we're not taking any other holiday or any other work day away from the parent because they're usually trapped in the home. So it's probably the best way to do it. So that works out really well. And also that having this policy in place, and I think at some point we may want to make it permanent. When we have a school burn down or anything else like that, this allows us to pivot really quickly to that where we don't lose all the days as we've had in the past, unless our Chromebooks burn up. But anyway, but a lot, especially for the middle schools and the high school, would be really easy to pivot if we had some kind of a school emergency where they could not attend school or whatever. It might be, can we use this school emergency in case we have some closures? We're getting a number of threats on our schools and stuff like that, or that are not founded, but the kids are being gone. Is this a way to maybe use on that time too? I'm
not certain about that. I'm assuming that if the calendar allows you as a board to determine what those days look like, I mean, you still have to approve that, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we're calling emergency school days, we'll have a social media threat come in on a high school and nobody will attend. It would be nice if we could actually have you pivot to here because we know that nobody's going to be attending because of the threat of the school or whatever. It makes it where probably people won't want to call us in as much because they still have homework, but it also makes it where they don't lose any day.
Thank you. Mrs. Neubauer?
Okay, just a few thoughts. I would love to see what the plan is and have a specific plan for those students who are special education. That's a comment I've heard a lot from parents is children that are special education, virtual days are very difficult for them, and making sure we have those supports in place. Just recently with our last virtual day, I had a parent contact me and her daughter has dyslexia, and it took them from 9 in the morning until 6 at night to finish the school workload. She did contact the teachers normally. She has those supports where if there's a passage, it's read to her from the computer. Those supports weren't in place, and she did contact the teacher about having her daughter come in, and she was told that the district had said that students can't come in on virtual days, which we need to maybe clarify that. But just when we're thinking of continuing with these days in place for snow day, I would just love to have kind of a more specific plan. I've just heard from parents that this has become a large difficulty for them, with special ed.
Okay.
And obviously that dyslexia is a very mild case. I have other parents who have children that have severe disabilities that are maybe thinking of what more we can do for them with supports in place and more specific.
Okay.
And then the other thought I had was, when you said there were 3 elementary schools that kind of went down in attendance, I'm thinking about that connectivity issue. I know last year when my elementary kids did the snow day, they just were logging into our desktop because, yes, they didn't take the Chromebook home. And so I'm just wondering if we could also have a plan in place for elementary school kids that there's packets, because I think that connectivity in those homes is what's probably the major factor why they're not attending.
Absolutely. And that would be the case if we're planning ahead and teachers know that students don't have connectivity and they've had those conversations with families, then having those packets is certainly the option there.
Awesome.
Thank you. Mrs. Arnold?
So then the packets are like an after thing though, because the day of the snow day, there's no way for them to come pick up the packets.
Right. They'd have to plan ahead.
And there's no way to come and get the Chromebooks either, because our kids have their Chromebooks in school, but they are not checked out. They don't take them home every day.
Mm.
So really that day they do nothing, but then they have to make up that day and still go back to their regular school day and do that work too. In reality, that's where we are.
Yeah, we would really hope that our teachers again would plan and have those thoughtful conversations with students and to the best of their ability send things home if they think that could be a possibility so that they would have the work.
So watching the weather, is that what we're talking about? So that they maybe send it home? Or I guess they could be really proactive and just send it home in a folder and say, when we have our snow day in a month, pull this out.
Well, and I don't know what every school did on February 17th, but I do know that several teachers arranged with parents, hey, check your email. I've got some things that I know your students can, or your child can do at home that will be an extension of what we're doing here. So I think our teachers get pretty creative and they'll be able to come up with some things.
I think so too. Thank you.
No, I'm sorry. I had one more.
Oh, thank you. Mrs. Nybauer?
I apologize. I had one more note on here. Could we be, is there a way that we could communicate? The 2 other concerns I've heard a lot from parents is in the last virtual day, it was in the high school, it was a B day, I think was this last time was a B day. And some teachers of the opposing day still assigned extra work, even though it wouldn't have been their class day. So it was an extra in coursework. So I don't, if that's something that could be communicated.
Absolutely. We can follow up on that.
Awesome. And then the other complaints I've gotten is workload expectations, where some, again, like some high school kids had so much this last Friday that there was no way they could get it done within the school hour range. And then some, it was easy and they were done in 2 hours. So just making sure that that's something that
we'll follow up. We'll have
Great.
some conversation.
Thank you so
Absolutely.
much.
Okay, thank you, board. So just to summarize, I think when we bring this back, we'll probably bring it back, second reading, possible action. But, and I think there were requests for information about special ed students.
Yes.
And
follow up on
the idea of school specific days, right? I think Mr. Wrigley mentioned that, if a particular specific school had an emergency, what would that look like? How would that be handled?
Okay.
I believe what we're talking about here are district-wide closures. And so, but it might be helpful for the administration to kind of think through on if there is a school-specific emergency.
Okay, we'll check on that and bring that back for the second reading.
Let's see. Did I catch it all? It sounded like, the concerns or the questions about, preparing ahead. I mean, as much as you can for an emergency, right? That's kind of the definition of emergency. So, and then the other question, this is something for the board, is when we bring this back for action, would we want to consider it being the default decision from year to year, or do we want to revisit it every year? So that would be it. I'm seeing heads nod that they would like it to be brought back as a default. No, this is first reading. So we're just kind of giving some direction and asking for information. So,
okay.
So we'll bring that back with that idea in mind then.
Sounds
okay.
Good.
Oh, another comment? Yes, Mrs. Schill.
Well, I just want to add that I remember last year it was like a story in the news, like Canyons gets rid of snow days. Like I would like us to maybe name it like snow/virtual day, because it's still a snow day. It's still an emergency snow day. Anyway, I don't know.
So we're going to refer to it as we can just call it a school closure, but I'm happy to revisit the name. Or inclement weather day.
My other board members too, but I do like the idea that it's still a snow day. Like it's not like we're some evil people getting rid of snow days. Anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. We can maybe talk that through also next time.
We can do that.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Yes. Thank you so much for bringing this to us, and thank you, board, for your suggestions, and we'll look forward to having it back at our next meeting. Okay. Thank you. Okay, board, that concludes our items that were designated on the study session agenda. So with that, we have a little bit of time for a break, and we will reconvene for the business meeting beginning at 7:00 p.m. Thank you.
Keep it off the other room too. So you stood me up last time. You should have said, "Hey, I'm gonna hold on."
We're ready to begin. Good evening. I'd like to welcome you all to the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. We appreciate your attendance here tonight, either in person or viewing the meeting through the live stream. And I want to express our gratitude for your patience as we are a few minutes late getting started. The first item on the business meeting agenda is to approve the agenda for tonight, November 9th, 2021. I will ask for a motion.
I'll make that motion. It's okay. Okay, I'd like to
Yes.
make a motion to approve the minutes of November 9th.
No, the agenda.
Okay,
The
pardon me.
agenda.
For the agenda of November 9th, 2020, with a modification on new business, we will be changing what we currently have approval of social emotional to A. We'll be moving to approval of 2020, 2023 school calendar to B, and we'll be moving the redistricting proposal to C, which will allow less time for people having to sit here. But you're welcome to stay the whole night if you'd like.
I would like,
Okay. Thank you. Let's see, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and now is there discussion to this motion?
yes, I would like to make a change to the motion, asking if we could have a quick discussion on the consent agenda on item, I had it written down here.
Oh.
One about the memorandum to Alpine J.
Okay, all right. Mrs. Nybar, do you mind bringing that up when we have the motion to approve the consent agenda?
Oh, yes, I do.
Okay, all right. If you're okay bringing
Yes.
it up, then this is
Yes.
just the
Yes,
agenda for the
agenda.
meeting.
Yep.
Yes, okay. Thank you. Any further discussion to this motion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. The agenda is approved as amended. Thank you. Okay, next we will have our Pledge of Allegiance from Bellevue Elementary. Principal Tamara Baker will lead us in that. And then Principal Baker will also give us some school highlights from Bellevue Elementary.
Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you for having us tonight. We appreciate being invited to talk about Bellevue. Often when invited to share the great things about a school, the principal chooses to talk about the instructional initiatives and the implementation and innovation programs at the school. As a Bellevue staff, we are proud of the investment we're making in time and effort in both of these. And we believe you'll see the positive results in our plans and ongoing data. But tonight, as the very last principal of Bellevue, I've chosen a little different perspective for this important presentation. I'd like to share what it's like to be a child at Bellevue this year. So for the past few months, we've been dropping into classrooms and hanging out on the playground, in the cafeteria before and after school, and listening to the students as they have pondered several questions that somewhat get to the heart of what it's like to be a child right now. And here are some of the words and the three questions we've asked. The first question: what's the best thing that has happened to you so far this year? The best thing about this year is that all of us can be ourselves. We are accepted for who we are, wherever we come from. It feels like a safe place to learn. Best thing. the friends I'm making here. I was new this year because I did online last year. I was worried about that, but I didn't need to worry. The best thing was when I met my awesome teacher. She's great. The best thing that happened to me this year is when the class reached goals, and then we get a mystery surprise, like we get to wear pajamas to school, or we get popcorn and Go Noodle. If you don't know what Go Noodle is, I'll explain that later. The best thing, I love the Brain Booster Golden Awards. The Brain Booster teachers really plan cool stuff for us to learn. Best thing, I like it when one person in my class gets a Caught Being Good ticket and gets announced on Friday. Best thing, math is a little easier for me this year. I've been giving it more effort. Best thing, I got a new writing assignment. Best thing, my birthday was so fun. And if you remember childhood, birthdays and losing teeth are the most exciting thing that can ever happen to you at school. Best thing, when I came to this school, I did not think I would make friends, but then the school helped me make friends. I liked how we had groups at the beginning of the year that changed, so I got to know everyone in my class at recess. At my other school, there were groups of kids where you couldn't play with them. That doesn't happen here. Everybody can play. Second question, the hardest thing about this school year and how I've made it better. Hardest thing, I've been working on my times tables. Big sigh. They're hard. Hardest thing, I got too competitive playing Foursquare. I had to take a break from it. But now I can go back and play it without losing my temper. Now I can remember they're my friends and that it's more important than being in the top square. Hardest thing, reading. I'm getting better at it, but I've had to work hard. Hardest thing. When my dad told me a big math problem and he knew the answer in his head, when he could do that, I knew I needed to learn more about multiplying. The hardest thing. We've learned a lot of new games. I didn't know that there were other things you could play at recess until this year. His friend jumped in. That has been really fun. I bet most adults don't know the real rules to tetherball. A time this year when I was a good friend. I kept my eyes on the speaker. That helps them know I'm listening. Good friend. I helped a friend who fell down today. I think it helped them that I was there. Good friend. I helped a friend feel included who was sad today. Good friend from a 5th grader. I read with my kindergarten buddy. Oh, maybe that is the kindergarten being a good friend to me, because it was really fun. Welcome to childhood. Is it perfect? No. Was it ever? Not likely. But childhood today is full of golden moments. To be a child continues to be magical at Bellevue because children are amazing and resilient and inspirational. They teach us every day about kindness and hope. We feel gratitude to their families that share them with us for 180 days a year. It is a sacred trust. It takes the support of everyone to create a safe, happy, purposeful place of learning. These moments happen because of a caring, dedicated staff, greeting them in the office, feeding them with smiles in the cafeteria, supporting engaging brain boosters, a team that encourages social development where it is happening, on the playground, in the classroom, in the hall, most of all in the classroom. Teachers who plan and teach and are taking the time to listen. We recognize we make a difference every day by modeling what we want to see: kindness, physical and emotional safety, and being responsible for those in our trust. By learning to be better listeners with eyes on the speaker and hearts in the moment, the students of Bellevue are learning and thriving. This year, in everything we do, our goal is for these Mustangs to walk into the Glacier Hills halls as Yetis next fall with confidence, academically and socially. And in the of these children, they are growing and learning every day. With a world still unsettled, we want to give them more. Children get one childhood, and this is theirs. And in more ways than you would think, it's pretty great. And if you need to know the rules, the real rules to tetherball, come on over. Our kids can teach you that too. Thank you very much for celebrating Bellevue here tonight.
Thank you so much, Principal Baker. We appreciate you and your staff and all of the folks in the Bellevue community and those wonderful students. Will you please express our appreciation for all that they're doing to make Bellevue such a great place? And as you prepare for moving into next year, we appreciate all that you're doing for them and recognizing that monumental step that's happening in that community. So thank you.
Nancy,
Yes.
take just a second.
Yes, Mr. Milleberg.
Tamara, it was so good to see you again. Tamara was a principal at my neighborhood school for about 3 years, 4 years. She's a principal that was in charge of getting a new elementary school built. And I will tell you that the community where I live absolutely loved you as a principal. And the kids will still mention your name. And so you are loved and appreciated, and you are a principal extraordinaire. Thank you for sharing tonight.
Thank you. It is now time that part of the meeting that will turn the time over to Jeff Haney and Kirsten Stewart from the Communications Department for some recognitions.
I always hate going after Mrs. Baker. You're right. She is a principal extraordinaire. She is one of the founding administrators of the Canyon School District, and you can see her legacy lives on at the schools that she leads now, including Bellevue, which next year will become part of the new Glacier Hills school community. Today, they formed their PTA. That's a very exciting part of the history of Glacier Hills and the Yetis, one of the most unique mascots I think I've ever heard. So President Tingy, thank you for this time that you give us to recognize the achievements of students, faculty, and staff of Canyon School District. Tonight for recognitions, we are honoring rock star science teachers, scholar athletes, student musicians, and the men and the women whose support means that our schools run smoothly. Those who are mentioned tonight will receive a letter of recommendation and commendation from the board and the superintendent. Now, the first folks who are honorees tonight are our science teacher extraordinaires. Now, Canyons District literally cleaned up at the recent Utah Science Teachers Association Awards ceremony. Multiple science teachers from around the district received top annual honors from that association in 5 categories: biology, physics, earth science, high school department, and the 8th grade. So congratulations to the following teachers who were named the Teacher of the Year for what they teach. That's Vanessa Fravel from Corner Canyon High School, the Biology Teacher of the Year. Janice Spencer Weiss from Brighton, the Physics Teacher of the Year. Alistair Wright, Diamond Ridge, the Earth Science Teacher of the Year. And Mindy Timothy, 8th grade Science Teacher of the Year. Now, we already have recognized Corner Canyon High School Science Department as the Science Department of the Year. That was a heck of a lot of teachers that we had from Canyons District receiving the Teacher of the Year award in their respective content areas. So congratulations to all of these teachers. And as a reminder, 2 Canyons District science teachers who were selected by a NASA affiliated institute to attend a prestigious astrophysics teacher training program that includes a flight to the stratosphere are scheduled to make their journey on their flight on the Sophia, which is the world's largest flying observatory, from December 5th to December 10th. So the calendar is slowly rolling toward Milo Mon and Cleve Castleton's journey to the stratosphere, and they have told us that they will keep us updated on their adventures as NASA Airborne Astronomy Ambassadors. The next honorees are the recipients of the Academic All-State Award for Fall Sports. A whopping 35 students from Canyon schools are training smart. Not only have they excelled in their respective athletic contests, but they have proven their educational mettle in the classroom. So much so that they were named to the list of Academic All-State Award winners for the 2021 Fall Sports. Now, the Utah High School Activities Association presents these awards, and they've done so for about 25 years. And they give these awards to the students who earn at least a 4.0 grade point average, score among the top in the nation on college entrance exams, or have a combination of the high scores on their test scores and stellar grades. So the following students have earned Academic All-State honors in girls tennis: Elizabeth Bingham from Alta, Elizabeth Monson from Brighton, Nicole DeVacheri from Brighton, Erin Zhang from Hillcrest. In girls cross country, Allison Oler from Corner Canyon, Brennan Pettit from Corner Canyon, Natalie Hunt from Corner Canyon, Rachel Oldham from Corner Canyon, Abby Hansen from Alta, Carolyn Rupper from Brighton, Emily Swain from Hillcrest, and Hannah Demke from Jordan. In volleyball, Isabel Crofts from Corner Canyon, Lily Crofts from Corner Canyon, Ella Biggs from Alta, Grayson Trupp from Brighton, Savannah Cottom from Brighton, Camille Johnson from Jordan, Hannah Dudley from Jordan. In girls soccer, Elizabeth Johnson from Corner Canyon, Sydney Christensen from Corner Canyon, Hannah Schumann from Alta, Annie Alder from Brighton, Eliza Hobby from Brighton, Annika Belarishkanen from Hillcrest, Grace Pruden, Hillcrest, and Jameson Boyd, Hillcrest. In boys cross country, Dallin Gibbs, Corner Canyon, Jackson Henstrom, Corner Canyon, Tyler Randall, Corner Canyon, Ian Ackerman from Alta, Gage Wright from Hillcrest, Lucas Pierce from Jordan, and in football, Cody Christensen from Corner Canyon and Cody Hagan from Corner Canyon. We also would like to wish much luck to the Chargers on Friday in the semifinal game of the 6A football championships. Corner Canyon will play Weber at the Rice Eccles Stadium. So it will be live streamed if you can't make it to the game at Rice Eccles. So good luck to the Chargers. And the next honoree we have tonight is another football player in the Canyon School District. It's Lander Barton from Brighton High, who received a semifinalist award for the Butkus Award. That is really hard to say. So Brighton High linebacker Lander Barton has been named a semifinalist for this award. This is an annual award that honors the best high school, collegiate, and NFL linebackers. A panel of 51 coaches, recruiters, scouts, and journalists select the 15 high school and college semifinalists for the honor, which is named after the famed NFL player Dick Butkus. Finalists will be announced later this month, and the winner will be announced in December. So we are cheering for Lander, who is a 4-star recruit, to make it through to the next round of consideration. So much luck to Lander. We also want to note the excellence of Canyons District marching bands at last weekend's Red Rocks State Marching Band Championship. You can see photographs here of the Alta High Hawks and the Brighton Bengals. They have the 2 marching bands in Canyon School District. Dr. Robbins joined the legion of band dads and band moms at Brighton and Alta High School who are cheering for their teams at the competition held at Dixie State University. We congratulate Brighton and Alta for winning 4th and 5th place overall in the 5A competition. The Hawk and the Bengal bands have been working since the start of the summer on their field shows. I think anybody who saw them would know that they were innovative and creative and precise. and they are quite the musicians. So congratulations to the bands at those two schools. And we want to give a big shout out to Caleb Shabasteri and Michaela Mortensen. That's Alta and Brighton's band advisors respectively. They have worked so hard all year to give this opportunity to their students. So thank you to all of the moms and the dads as well who have helped the marching bands get to that state championship. We also didn't want the week to pass without noting National School Psychology Week. Our school psychologists work with students, but they also consult with teachers and parents. They evaluate students for special education services, but also give health supports and make referrals. And then they help build positive school climates so that students feel safe and welcome. And this is National School Psychologist Week, and we want to thank them for all of their work in our schools. We also want to recognize the men and the women who have given so much to protect our freedoms. And those are the employees at the Canyon School District who are current or former members of the U.S. Armed Forces. We will have Veterans Day celebrations all across the district on Thursday. Those who are working for us, who are veterans or serve currently, receive that letter of appreciation from the board and the administration. And we will mark that day with honor and respect for all that they have done for us, including defending the right of every child to have a free, appropriate education. We also want to recognize our education support professionals. Now, we truly could not do it with all of these men and women. We believe that public schools are the backbone of our democracy. They provide young people with the tools that they need to maintain the nation's precious values of freedom, civility, and ingenuity. Now, whether you drive a bus, prepare nutritious meals, serve as a secretary, take pride in providing a sparkling, clean school for students and teachers, or keep our computer systems running, we salute all of our education support professionals for their hard work and their dedication. And the work of our ESP is integral to the mission of Canyon School District. And President Tingy, I believe that you have a resolution that you would like to present to the employees and the patrons of Canyon School District. And we thank you for this time to express appreciation to all of those folks, our students, our teachers, our employees who help us build a world-class school district. President Tingy.
Thank you, Mr. Haney. And thank you for sharing those wonderful achievements with us. And we love celebrating all the good things that are happening in the district. I would like to read into the record a resolution, but also in doing so, express our heartfelt appreciation that is more than just a recognition for a day. We recognize what these people do all year. So whereas this is a resolution to recognize November 17th, 2021 as Education Support Professionals Day. Whereas in 1987, a National Education Support Personnel Day was founded and celebrated as part of American Education Week. And whereas education support professionals are often the first people our community's children encounter on a daily basis. And whereas education support professionals play vital roles in the college and career readiness of every Canyons District student. And whereas education support professionals work tirelessly to ensure our students are ready to be productive citizens and serve our students and communities with care and professionalism. And whereas Canyons District joins in celebrating National Education Support Professional Day on November 17th, 2021, and honors and recognizes the contributions that the district's information technology professionals, custodians, administrative assistants, office staff, business managers, instructional aides, bus drivers, nutrition service workers, maintenance workers, and more to make public education Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the Canyons Board of Education hereby recognizes and celebrates November 17th, 2021 as Education Support Professionals Day. And be it further resolved that the Canyons Board of Education recognizes and lauds the many contributions of Canyons District education support professionals for the positive impact they have on the lives of our students. Now, I therefore, Nancy Tingy, speaking on behalf of the Canyons Board of Education, recognize November 17th, 2021 as National ESP Day and acknowledge the importance of the work done by the education support professionals in the Canyons District community. Thank you to all of our ESP employees in the district. Okay, we have now come to the patron comment portion of our meeting. And while not required by law, the board often designates time in meetings to listen to the patrons of the district. Please be aware that patron comment time is limited to residents and taxpayers of Canyons District, students and parents of students, and current employees of the district. When several people share the same opinion, the board may ask individuals to select a representative spokesperson. Patrons may provide board members with written documents. These documents must be submitted to the board secretary at the meeting, over here, Cindy, or emailed to the Office of Public Communications at communications@canyonsdistrict.org by noon of the day following the board meeting. Time allotted for public comment is at the discretion of the board president. Tonight, the board has allotted 45 minutes for public comment. Individuals will be given 90 seconds, and those representing groups will be given 2 minutes. Comments made during patron comment are part of the public record. It is the board's practice to listen and take notes during patron comments. The Board of Education does not discuss matters that are not on the meeting's agenda, nor engage in public comment on individual students to protect their privacy or employee issues. If a patron wants to comment on a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health, the board requests that those comments be submitted to the board in writing. However, if the patron determines to verbally comment on those personnel issues, the comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory, or slanderous comments about an individual. The Board of Education would like to make it clear that critical race theory is not part of the curriculum being used in Canyons School District. There are no plans to incorporate it into the curriculum or instruction in Canyons schools. The Board of Education values input on all sides of issues. To maintain decorum and respect, we ask that those in attendance refrain from applause or other types of demonstrations following or during a patron's comments. And now tonight, we really want to be able to use our time effectively and to allow as many people as possible that have signed up to speak. So I will read out 3 names in a row in order of when it will be their turn to speak. And if you're one of the on-deck people, we do have seats reserved right up here in the front row, so that if you'll make your way forward, then that will help us save some of the time. So with that, we will begin. We do have a few patrons that have wanted to call in to provide their comments. Okay, so I think we'll need to reset the telephone. So we'll begin with, let's see, we have Karen Pock, and then Blake Miller, who is representing a group, and then Christy Waddell is representing a group. So we'll start with those 3. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's see, is our phone set? I'm sorry. Okay. All right. Okay. So Karen,
You are now unmuted.
okay, Karen Pock, and just, I guess because the phone dropped, I'll reiterate that you'll have 90 seconds.
Am I on?
Yes, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Should
right.
I turn the meeting down for me on the thing? Okay.
Okay, go ahead. You have 90 seconds.
Okay. Okay, I have read the book Emotional Intelligence by Daniel Goleman, which is one place SEL teaching stems from. I am a proponent of teaching Goleman's outlined principles to children. However, I'm opposed to the second step curriculum for emotional education or any other program that is promoted for the cause of equity education. I could not find in the Canyons District own board copy of social and emotional learning options dated November 2021 any information, feedback, or parental support regarding equity learning. I believe the board must have feedback from the district's parents on whether to include equity teaching and learning before adopting Second Step or a similar program. Second Step, along with many other SEL programs, are piggybacking equity learning with emotional learning. Equity teaching is now the root motivation for organizations to promote and sell SEL programs. The meaning of the word equity as used here insists on including forced equal outcomes for all. Equity is now a palatable key word used by proponents of socialism and Marxism ideology.
Okay. Ms. Pock, your time is up.
That Second Step is promoting equity learning and teaching. Second Step has a learning module
thank you.
for teachers titled Advancing Equity.
Okay, thank you. Your time is up. We appreciate your calling in. Okay. And then we have Blake Miller. And following Blake Miller is Christy Waddell. And following Christy Waddell would be Kristen Romero.
Good evening. So I'm against Second Step in SEL from the Committee for Children Equity Statement. Can you hear me? It is on, yes. Okay, I'll get closer. So from the Committee for Children Equity Statement, it states, to achieve our vision, our mission of fostering the safety and well-being of children through social emotional learning and development must be rooted in equity. We believe that social emotional learning is fundamental to achieving social justice. We also advocate to connect those youth who are systematically marginalized because of their race, ethnicity, language, socioeconomic status, gender identity, and sexual orientation, or other identity features. Why are we not teaching our children to chase the American dream? Let's teach them that anyone, regardless of where they were born, the color of their skin, or what class they were born into, can attain their own version of success in a society in which upward mobility is possible for everyone. The American dream can be achieved through sacrifice, risk-taking, and hard work. Let's teach them that all men are created equal, that they are endowed with certain unalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Let's teach our children that they are not limited or handcuffed based on their language, culture, skin color, or sexual orientation. Let's teach them that they have freedom and equality to make both large and small decisions, the freedom to aspire to bigger and better things and the possibility of achieving those, the freedom to accumulate wealth, the opportunity to lead a dignified life. Let's teach our children they can design their own life however they see fit to match their own values, not your values, and not according to social emotional learning and the misguided belief of equity. Let us teach our children to turn to family first, and if needed, teachers, school counselors, and other trusted adults. Research studies have consistently shown that when parents offer repeated, predictable experiences in which they see and sensitively respond to their children's emotions and needs, their children will thrive socially, emotionally, physically, and even academically. That's from the Whole Brain Child. Equity and equality are not the same thing. I want my children to mature knowing there are no limits to what they can achieve. They can be kind, they can chase their passions, they need to have grit, and they can be better every day. It has nothing to do with their skin color or sexual orientation. They can choose their definition of success. Starting in a different place under different circumstances doesn't make them a failure. It helps them grow, progress, and become successful. In the words of
thank
Dr.
you.
Ben
Your
Carson,
time is
growing
up.
up poor in Detroit, if I had believed that my destiny was based on my race, I would not be where I am today. We cannot allow SEL to rob American children of that same hope.
Thank
Our
you.
request is to remove SEL and second step criteria.
Thank
Rely
you.
on parents to have the first look.
Your
in the
time
final
is
say.
up.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. Okay. Please, we ask for no applause. Next is Christy Waddell. And then Kristen Romero is on the phone. And Christy Waddell is representing a group. Kristen Romero is an individual who will join us on the phone. And then Reagan Guth is also on the telephone. Ms. Waddell.
Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I'm Christy Waddell. I'm the principal at Draper Elementary School, and I am here representing the elementary school principals. In the last board meeting, secondhand information was shared and attributed to some of our elementary colleagues regarding the SEL curriculum second step. We appreciate your desire to bring our voice to the table. To support you in your decision-making process, we created an elementary administrator survey to provide stakeholders the full context of our thinking. We had 27 responses out of 35 administrators, elementary administrators, and that includes assistant principals at the Title I schools. Our key finding is 100% of the 24 elementary administrators who have already been using second step responded they would like to continue using it for the remainder of the school year. We received 3 responses from administrators who've not yet used it. And even out of those 3, 2 would like to use it for the rest of the school year. We also asked them to tell us how it has impacted their schools, the ones that have used it. And I am giving them a letter because you'll be able to see all of the responses, but I'll just highlight a couple. Second Step has provided our students with a foundation of behavior tools and strategies to cope with and manage their behavior. It's given teachers tools to manage and support behavior at the tier 1 and 2 level. We've incorporated Second Step as part of our morning meetings for the past 2 years. As a result, students shared a common language, built relationships, and were better able to support each other. This year's behavior data shows that our office referrals are numbered where we ended the school last year. So I just want to reiterate what that means, that for the first 2.5 months, this principal is stating they already have as many office referrals as they received all of last year. There are many factors as to why the behaviors may have changed. However, as we are not teaching these skills, we believe it could have something to do with second steps. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Kristen Romero is on the telephone, an individual, and then also on the telephone, Reagan Guth, and representing individual, and then Jessica Smith, an individual.
Hi, this is Kristen Romero. I would like to be a resource to you in solving issues with second step. First, parents need clarity on social emotional learning and second step. There are so many misnomers with those two things. Most parents don't even know the difference. Second, there needs to be transparency with the curriculum in general. Parents need easy access to the second step material that will be taught in the classrooms. This includes all social emotional learning material. Third, SEL material needs to be highly reviewed before buying it and presenting it to the children. Saying that it's copyrighted is a cop-out and is unacceptable. Fourth, I want to know if the link loveisrespect.org is still in the second step lesson plan. If so, this is unacceptable and it needs to go. The whole website is just riddled with things that are not age appropriate. I have an 11-year-old and it is just unacceptable and definitely not age appropriate. When students came back from COVID leave in 2020, the teachers needed something to help the kids
with enhanced aggression and bullying and depression and anxiety behaviors. Second step is not it. I know it's easy because it's easy to just show them slides and that it's easy for teachers, but let's not take the easy route. Let's take a better route. Sandra Brown has actually written a new curriculum that is very, very positive, upbeat, and very beautiful. She is a good person to lean on, and I suggest her.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Next we have Reagan Guth, Jessica Smith, and then Shannon Feltz. And Shannon is representing a group. Okay. Then we will move on to Jessica Smith, Shannon Feltz, and then TJ McClure, also representing a group.
I would like to start by giving my thanks to the board. I know that this whole process has been hard and so very time consuming for all of us. So thank you so much. Committee for Children, the company that creates Second Step, claims on their website, among other things, to disrupt societal systems, to have advocated at the state and federal levels, and partnered with CASEL. CASEL, as we know, lists parents and families among the last circles of influence in society. Marginalizing family in this way is immoral and destructive. It is a fundamental goal of all socialists. Committee for Children, again, the company that writes Second Step, is essentially a politically motivated activist group pushing for legislation and political indoctrination within public schools. Our district works hard and is proud of the fact that we are a politically neutral district. Partnering with Committee for Children curriculum is the startling departure from that time-honored goal of neutrality. We must not have as a goal that students become social activists in the curriculum if the curriculum is urging such activism is so nakedly bent in ideology. Such instruction has no part in the true mission of taxpayer-funded, legally required public education. Teach civics, teach the Constitution. Do not indoctrinate children with a form of morality not agreed upon by those who love them most, their families. Parents should have the first look and the last say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, please, we ask for no applause. Shannon Feltz, and then TJ McClure. Do we have Reagan on? No. Okay, and then Brenda Slaughter.
Okay. Good evening, school board members. As so many before us, we too will add our voices to those who have expressed concerns regarding social emotional learning in our schools, and specifically concerns regarding the Second Step program. I speak on behalf of several parents whose children currently attend various schools in the Canyon School District. We firmly believe that social emotional learning should have its focus within the walls of our homes and not within our schools, except where necessary to maintain order within our classrooms. As a pediatric occupational therapist, I see and treat children from preschool to high school ages who experience real struggles with their emotional regulation. In our treatment, we choose to focus on solutions rather than on problems. We choose to focus on what they can do and not what others around them choose to do. We focus on tools that enable children to find strategies that work for them as an individual, recognizing that not all solutions are going to work for every child. The Second Step curriculum focuses and chooses to focus on the problems in the lives of our children, leaves little room for discussion of solutions. It encourages group mentalities and discussions that are inappropriate and often unhelpful ways of publicly sharing personal problems. Any program hoping to strengthen our children's social emotional learning should refrain from focusing on bullying, harassment, roadblocks, sexual harassment, or social justice. We need a program that chooses to focus on kindness, responsibility, empathy, gratitude, service, compassion, respect, and making good decisions. These topics should be the focus and not the afterthought. All content should be focused on our children's academic education and not what happens without the school walls. Lastly, and most importantly, any social emotional program should promote family relationships, especially among our preteens and our teenagers. Families are the foundation of our society and should be recognized as such. Parents are and should be recognized as resources and not roadblocks. Please vote no to continuing second step.
Thank you. And please, I ask you to not demonstrate. We respect all opinions. Thank you. Okay, TJ McClure, Brenda Slaughter, Ryan Brinton, and these are all representing groups.
Okay, once again, I'd like to express appreciation for listening to me and the other parents. First off, I and the parents I associate with also have deep concerns with the new second step social emotional learning. The previous year curriculum, from what I had heard, appeared to be good and seemed to be giving kids good skills that they needed to deal with their life. However, this year it seems the curriculum had changed. Whatever the circumstances were that emboldened the second step curriculum, we strongly disagree with the direction taken by second step. Having said that, I think all in this room agree with inclusivity, anti-bullying, and treating others kindly, etc. I do not agree how they are represented in the new curriculum. The majority of the curriculum puts emphasis on topics from a very polarized contemporary political viewpoint. Saying that you are limited or enabled by your race or socioeconomic status is so egregiously wrong. Children should not be taught through a deeply politically charged lens. They should be taught they can succeed no matter what and be taught the skills needed to thrive in society. Public schools should not push these political agendas. Schools should stick with reading, writing, arithmetic. However, it is also important to teach them how to integrate into society, respect everyone, kindness, and proper manners. However, none of these virtues need to be taught by telling the children the color of their skin, the privilege or oppression due to their color of that skin, or how gender or sexual orientation needs to be explicitly presented in any of these lessons. These details should not be problems discussed in public schools. We should remove it from our public schools and look for other alternatives to teach these virtues. Thank you.
Thank you. Brenda Slaughter, Ryan Brinton, and then Lynette Hunt.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate all of you on the board. And I do love seeing everyone out tonight on both sides of the issue. I believe that everyone here tonight has a genuine concern for our kids and their future. I really think there's a few good things that came out of 2020 and quarantining. And one of those is that us parents got more involved with our students' education. We put a lot of faith in our teachers and administrators to choose curriculum that will help our kids succeed, not just in K through 12 and college years, but help them be successful for life. The adoption of SEL curriculums was something I think many of us believed would benefit our kids, schools, communities, and society as a whole. Sorry, I lost my place there. A lot of research went into picking the original social and emotional learning curriculum. However, with one word added to the beginning of SEL, which is transformative, second step changed from research-backed curriculum to a curriculum based around ideology that is divisive, controversial, and unvetted. Their own website states this research work is in its initial stages and is ongoing. Practical insights from expert voices will be shared as the work evolves. Some core features of transformative SEL include academic content that integrates issues of race, class, and culture, enhancing and foregrounding social and emotional competencies needed for civic engagement and social change, such as reflecting on personal and social identities, examining prejudices and biases, interrogating social norms, disrupting and resisting inequities, and co-constructing equitable and just solutions, prioritizing students' individual and collective agency to take action for social justice. I'm here tonight because I was totally oblivious of the updated second step curriculum until recently. I had no idea what was being taught until other parents started raising red flags. And it isn't just about one poorly suggested website or one questionable video. It is overall message being portrayed to our kids and being slowly and methodically indoctrinated. I don't want my kids to be told what to think. I want them to be taught how to think. I applaud the superintendent for listening and taking this program out of the schools.
Thank you.
And I would like them to remove it second step for good. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Ryan Brinton, Lynette Hunt, and then Ashley Mesa.
You are now muted.
Excuse me, I'm just going to take a second. Cindy, if Reagan joins on the line, will you please let me know? Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
You are now unmuted.
All right, Ryan.
Hi, good evening, and I'm grateful to be here. I'm here as a parent, as a mom of 4 kids, 3 who are in the Canyon School District in the elementary program. And I have found out a little more and more about Second Step, and I'm here to say I don't want that in the schools. And if I can add my voice, I'm not a public speaker, this makes me so nervous, but I want you to know that I don't want it in the schools. I've already found it difficult as a parent to know what's going on in the schools. I feel like the more media, the more ability to be on the internet with the schools, and I don't know what's going on. I know my child is being shown videos without my permission. And that was one flag that I saw a couple years ago. And then last year I found curriculum that came home that basically told the kids not to listen to the parents and that they were wrong. And I thought that was crazy. And I couldn't believe that that was actually coming home. And I was watching and reading it through with my child as a reading. It was an ELA worksheet. So when I found about Second Step and I started learning and looking into it, I knew what I was seeing was real, and I didn't want this in my kids' education at all. I just want to know, and as I know SEL is important, I've had my kids, before I sent them to school, they were with me for 5 years. I was their social emotional teacher, and I want that to continue for them, and I know that's why they're at school, but we should see what's being taught. I just want to know. I want to know what's going on. I want to know what's being taught, and then I want to say, yeah, I like it, and no, I don't feel comfortable with this. And so I stand against Second Step, and I feel that together we can find something better, something greater for our kids. And I ask for my voice to be heard, and I thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Lynette Hunt, Ashley Mesa, and Brooklyn Bogloon. And please correct me if I've said your name incorrect. Thank you.
And
And Lynette is representing a group, and as is Ashley Mesa.
Thank you. My name is Lynette Hunt. I received a letter from another mother, Jessica Vanderhoof, a parent of a first grader at Sunrise Elementary. She states, I wanted to share my thoughts on Second Step through the district survey, but was unable to because it was designed so poorly. It asked if I thought Second Step should continue, but the multiple choice design didn't include my feelings as options for response, nor did it provide an open field for my comments. The survey didn't explain the concerns with Second Step, nor did it inform me about the issues or even learn my feelings about it. It simply continued to hide what was actually going on. There have been no communication from the district about Second Step besides this survey. Any SEL program should have full curriculum transparency to parents in advance and available for review at home, even if only to reinforce what is taught. Any copyright restriction preventing convenient and transparent access for parents is a deal breaker and must not be approved by the district. Parents should be involved in the SEL program approval process. My part of this is I saw the survey and I noticed that only 15.3% of parents responded to the survey. 30 to 35% of those that responded said that they didn't have enough information to decide if it had made a difference with their student in the school or if it should continue to be taught. Could part of the reason for the low response to the survey be due to the fact that not enough parents are informed about SEL to have an opinion? Clearly, there are not enough parents who want this program, and so we should not approve it for all. In the survey, one caveat to have it continue in our schools would be that there would be a careful review of content. By whom? Teachers are already burdened. The curriculum committee, they already passed it along the first time with all of its problems. Please do not approve second step based on the perceived results of this flawed survey.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Ashley Mesa, Brooklyn, and then, and Ashley's representing a group, Brooklyn's representing individual, and Lucy Ballou, also an individual.
Okay. President, board members, and Superintendent Robbins. It came to our attention early last week that a class we were planning on taking next semester was canceled. We are here today as students of that class to speak on the matter and urge you to reconsider the cancellation of ethnic studies through concurrent enrollment that was to be offered at Jordan High School. We feel that of all the voices that you have heard of this matter, the voices you have yet to hear are ours. Firstly, there is no doubt that students at Jordan High were excited to take this course. I and other people of color here at Jordan appreciate the effort to educate about diversity and culture. This course is the perfect opportunity to have an open and inclusive conversation about such a topic. We believe that this course should at the very least be offered to those who want to take it. Seeing as one of the core values here at Jordan is tolerance, we hope that there would be an active effort to support this. For many of us, this was our only chance to satisfy the diversity requirement needed for the general education certificate. Having students travel to the SLIC campus makes the course inequitable due to higher expenses and inaccessibility. Removing this class so late in the year disrupts many students' requirements to go on to higher education and leaves little to no option, especially for the majority of seniors that are taking this course.
In addition, taking ethnic studies would prepare us for college in more ways than just the credit. In fact, being exposed to new information and touching on subjects that some may find controversial is a crucial aspect of higher education. We will not benefit if we are restricted by the preconceived notions and biases of others who will not be affected whether this class is offered or not. We are disappointed that we have to ask to reinstate this course when many other schools and school districts offer similar classes without a problem. This class is especially relevant to a high school as diverse as Jordan. Remember, this course is an elective. If parents object, their student should simply not take the course. It's that simple. Other parents should not have a veto over what we learn. Ourselves and our parents should get to decide what we are exposed to. We live in an era of important conversation on diversity. The 2020 census showed that Utah is rapidly becoming more diverse, and all signs are that our community will continue to become more diverse. This course is an opportunity to learn about topics that are prevalent in our society, but often overlooked in our education. We urge you to reconsider this matter and take an in-depth look at the curriculum rather than making this decision on an initial reaction. We deserve to learn. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for the record, we had Ashley Mesa, and are you?
Yes, she is part of the group.
Okay, can we have your name for the record?
Elsie Grow.
Okay, thank you, Elsie. Okay, Brooklyn, and then Lucy, and then Molly Scott. And Brooklyn, will you please state your name? I think I mispronounced it earlier.
It's okay. My name is Brooklyn Bagley, Bagley. Dear President and board members, as I've stated, my name is Brooklyn Bagley, and I am Vice President of the National Honor Society at Jordan High School. As a representative of the community at Jordan High that values enriched learning environments and has a deep commitment to service for our student body, I am obligated to speak on behalf of myself as well as the 30+ kids enrolled in ethnic studies. In my personal experience, not only is it relevant to the heritage of myself and my peers, but to my life goals and aspirations to work in human rights law. As a human rights lawyer, it is nothing but the standard to be educated in topics regarding diverse demographics within our country, and it is in the best interest of my career and future constituents that I request a reevaluation to have ethnic studies continued. I am in need of that diversity requirement, and removing that course makes the general education certificate inequitable due to having to go to the SLIC campus, which not all of us can afford to do. I, as well as my fellow speakers, say this out of love and respect for our diverse community, from the desire to be as educated and as representative of it as possible, as beat diggers, as Utahns, and most of all, as fellow Americans. Thank you.
Thank you, Brooklyn. Lucy, then Molly Scott, and then Rayetta Croft.
All right. Good evening, board members. I'm here to echo my friends Ashley, Elsie, and Brooklyn. My name is Lucy Ballou, and I am the student body president of Jordan High School. I was elected to this position because the students and faculty at Jordan knew I could effectively represent every student there. In the short time I have served as president, I have thoroughly enjoyed getting to know the students in ways I couldn't before, and their stories never fail to fascinate me. I have heard experiences of all kinds, but the experiences that stand out to me the most are the ones about amazing cultures and immigration journeys, but also injustices that only exist because of inward racial bias of an uneducated society. These stories often make me feel frustrated that I have made it 18 years without hearing them. I know that through taking the ethnic studies course, I would be able to learn about these issues, build connections with these cultures, and therefore improve my ability to understand, connect with, and represent the student body. Not only me, but every other student taking this class would be better equipped to live a life in a naturally and beautifully diverse society. Once again, I stand here as a representative of my student body, and I know that providing the ethnic studies course is the best choice for the Jordan High students. Thank you.
Thank you. Molly Scott, Rayetta Croft, and then Branson Britton. Excuse me, have you signed up to address the board? This is the patron comments time, and people that have signed up may address the board on any topic. Thank you. All right, Molly Scott.
Okay. So my name is Molly Scott. I'm a senior at Jordan High School, and I'm also the president of my school's debate team. It's very important to me to show my teammates and peers that we need to act up, or not act up, but to defend our rights and our decisions and what we want for ourselves and our community. Therefore, I'm going to speak like my peers have before me about this ethnic studies class that was previously offered at Jordan High School. As a biracial American, I think it's immensely important for not myself, but my peers to learn more about my culture and other cultures in this country. We're such a diverse country, school, and state that we need to learn more about each other. This class not only offered me an opportunity to learn more, but offered my peers the opportunity to learn more in an academic climate instead of looking to social media or the internet or other ways. It gave them a way to learn this in a civil and classroom, and just to be able to learn more in an academic environment. I think that this class should be re-put in the school because I needed this class for diversity credit for my gen ed. And not only that, but I wanted to take this class. And the class was ripped from my hands and my friends' hands at the hands of other people. And that's just unfair. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Rayetta Croft, Branson Britton. And then has Reagan joined us? Okay.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Much of what I was going to say was said so much better by so many others. I also am against the SEL program. I guess I'll just talk about my personal experience with it. I started wondering what was going on at school last year when one of my kids started telling me about things that were being talked about in English and history. In English, some of the assignments addressed toxic masculinity, and in history, there was a strange emphasis on systemic racism, white privilege, attacking the nuclear family, and bashing free trade capitalism. I didn't make the connection with the social emotional learning program until I began researching SEL. The vocabulary that I found on pro-SEL websites sounded similar to the things that my son was picking up in these two classes. Here are some of the words and phrases that I found on websites like CASEL that help describe their mission. I realize these words are not synonymous with SEL, but they are related and interconnected. Critical race theory, diversity, equity, and inclusion, unconscious bias, social, racial, and gender identity, power constructs, social awareness, implicit bias, white anti-racism, racist ideologies, white privilege, sexual identity, heteronormativity, comprehensive sex health education, systemic racism, toxic masculinity, white supremacy, racial and social constructs, social justice, intersectionality, 1619 Project, diversity, collective healing, and equity, just to name a few. Much of this was new to me. Is that my time?
Yes.
Okay. Basically, I just agree with what others have said before me.
Thank you. Thank you. So Branson Brinton, and
Yes.
then, did I say your name correctly?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Tongue twister.
Okay, and then Aaron Longacre.
Thank you, President Tingy and board members. Yes, Branson Brinton. I'm a Brighton Bengal, so it got difficult. And I used to have blonde hair and I have blue eyes, so it was a bunch of bees. But I appreciate the opportunity to be here to speak with you briefly. Similar to many of the parents who have spoken before me tonight, I have concerns about the Second Step program, but just wanted to kind of, I guess, back up to a higher level for a second and just remind everyone what we heard earlier from the principal who came and spoke at the very beginning. She said a couple of things that really stood out to me. She said that she considers it a privilege, or she's grateful, she said, for the families that share their children with us for the 180 days a year, and that she considers it a sacred trust to take care of those children. Sorry, just wanted to make sure. And so, you know, on the Canyons website, Canyons District website, it says every student who attends Canyon School District will graduate college and career ready, which I know, President Tina, I've heard you mention tonight as well, and I really appreciate that. And I just feel that it's so important that that parents have the opportunity to understand the curriculum that's being taught before it's being taught, and to be able to approve it. And I know that there is schools are in kind of a pickle because they have this curriculum that's been taught thus far this year. And so to abandon it and leave the teachers without anything would be difficult, but I would volunteer, and I would imagine there would be other parents who would volunteer to find a solution to replace it.
Thank you. Okay, Aaron
Longacre, yes.
And then Paul McCarty, and then Jessica Anderson.
In last month's district newsletter, Amanda, you likened the things going on in the district as a relay race, how runners pass a baton to their teammates after finishing their leg. As a concerned parent, I am as I am running a race too. I'm running, sprinting, out of breath and tired. My leg of the race is over. I vetted Second Step. I've spent hours researching, watching lessons, and reading material. I've come to the conclusion that this curriculum in any grade is unworthy of being taught. Our great superintendent took the baton for a bit, and now I'm handing it off to you, Amanda. I need you to finish this race. I need you to have the courage, the integrity, strength, and the fortitude to take this baton to the finish line and vote tonight to stand with me and tell your other board members that having a curriculum that in the kindergarten lessons fails to even mention a father. In other elementary lessons, it gives examples of the home not being a safe place. It encourages children to go to social media and the internet to alleviate some of their problems. There has been several studies proving that there is a correlation between depression and suicide and social media. This is not okay. And if you spent half as much time as me finding out for yourself what this really is, you would sprint. You would give it your all. You would take my baton with great anticipation to the finish line. Amanda, please take the first step tonight in getting rid of Second Step throughout our district. Vote to get rid of it. Thank you.
Paul McCarty, Jessica Anderson, Emily Ord.
It's good to be before you, and I appreciate our association in the past and our association right now. I'm like to Charlie Evans has presented to you his draft of the board members' district realignments, and I really encourage you to reach out and get the parent and patron input on this. It's very, very important. I know many of you do reach out, and I encourage you to continue to do so. At the beginning, I was on the first at the split and at the first board, and under Cheryl Taylor and I would continually to have monthly meetings. This is so important. It's so important not only for the being transparent, but it's extremely important to get all of those informations right from the mouth of the public, not only here in a board meeting, but also throughout. May I just say this in conclusion, that the Utah law clearly established that parents have the primary responsibility for the education of their children. And you as elected representatives, the state board has passed a law, or the legislature has passed a law. It's SE 53E-2-201, and it states shall respect, protect, and further the interests of parents and their children, public education, promote and encourage full and active participation and involvement of parents in all public schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Anderson, Emily Ord. And then we are really coming up close on our time here, so we'll go to that point.
It saddens me to be addressing this tonight, but it's highly necessary. The parents of this nation have been awakened to what is going on in the public school system, and we're not backing down. Parents need the first look and last say on everything happening in our schools. The current policies and practices are clearly not working. This book was available to students at Alta High School Library until parents, not the administration, had it removed for the highly inappropriate content. This book should have never been available to any student from the library at the time it was exposed. Let me repeat, it was the parents who raised concern over this book, not a teacher, librarian, or principal. As a matter of fact, on Amazon, this book is labeled as Teacher's Pick and is recommended for children as young as 14 years old. I'm going to read excerpts from this book that was available to our precious children. It is explicit in nature, so I would like to request that the time be paused while we give anyone who is a minor or who wishes to excuse themselves.
No.
Okay, I will go forward. This was in the high school library.
But please.
I would ask anyone to leave who is a minor. It was in the high school library. Let me repeat that. Okay, first of all, on page 182, the author says, this is likely the hardest chapter I'll ever write, as it frankly, I'm not even sure it fits with the themes of Blackness or queerness or critical race theory in this book. I thought critical race theory wasn't being taught in our district. At Alta High School, it was found. On page 200, it reads, you then asked me, do you feel that? Yeah, but I laughed and said, get your hand off my butt. You giggled, that is not my hand. You're lying, I said. You then placed both hands on my hips as we lay side by side. There was something poking me. You were fully erect at this point. I was nervous. We going to get in trouble. You can't tell anybody, okay? You promised that you're not going to tell anyone. I promised. You then grabbed my hand and made me touch it. This was the first time I had ever touched a penis that wasn't my own. I knew what was happening wasn't supposed to happen. Cousins weren't supposed to be doing these things with cousins, but my body didn't react that way. My body on the inside was doing something.
Your time is up.
There's more and more in this book. This should not
please. Please, we ask for respect and decorum. So, all right. Emily Ord. And then I believe our time has concluded.
A comment made by a board member at the last board meeting was, quote, when second step was adopted, we followed the process that was current at the time. Herein lies the problem. We need to restructure the process for acquiring new curriculum. We as parents are here to help. We are offering our time and efforts in correcting this process. As parents, we are requesting to be largely involved in the curriculum adoption process. We are requesting that an elected parent-led review committee be created to vet any new materials brought into our children's classrooms. Parents would like any new curriculum to meet their educational standards and be age appropriate. This includes software programs on the Chromebooks, including updates, library books, surveys given to students, and any curriculum, not just SEL. Before any money is spent, parents should have the first look and last say. Utah State Code 53 states, parents have the primary responsibility for the education of their children and elect representatives in the legislature and on state and local school boards to administer. It continues, In the implementation of all policies and programs, local school boards shall respect, protect, and further the interests of parents in their children's public education and promote and encourage full participation of parents. As you can see, the selection, implementation, and continuation of education programs in the state of Utah was never intended to be done without the informed consent of parents. When discussing how to restructure a new curriculum adoption process, a comment by a board member was, we need to include a lot of stakeholders. Parents of Canyons would like the board to acknowledge parents are the primary stakeholders in their children's education. Does the Canyons School Board deem parents as important stakeholders or primary stakeholders? We request that the board make a public statement acknowledging this distinction. We look forward to following up on this request at the next board meeting. Parents should have the first look and last say. Thank you.
Thank you. Marilyn Larson. Okay, we're going to go ahead and just finish with everyone that has signed up. So please, we ask your respect. Marilyn Larson, Alicia Cottle, Lene Larson, and then LeVar Christensen.
Oh, this is hard night, guys. I'm here to thank you. I graduated from Jordan High School. I'm here to share with everyone some critical information, and we do have volumes of data to back this information up, and it is called What We Know. All of the things that you have heard about SEL, CASEL, Second Step, CRT, emotional college readiness, educational programs, has been funded by big tech and federal money for years without the parents' approval or their implement. Our governor and other governors received millions of dollars from Obama administration to begin the implementation through the National School Board to our Utah State School Board, then to our local school boards, and then into our daily curriculum via lesson plans, Chromebooks, digital audio and visual things. This process, every good, productive, reasonable, honest words and meanings have been hijacked into Marxist ideologies without our parents' approval. We know these programs were introduced and put into place into our colleges 10 to 15 years ago. I happened to be at the Capitol when this was voted on. All of the students who have attended college during the past 10 to 15 years have been indoctrinated with this information. They were taught and exposed to these, and Second Step is just one of many. We know that the Canyons District received huge $21 million from COVID relief. We know that we can help you. We're asking you to let us help you.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Reconstruct and revamp and bring to us, our Canyon School District, lessons
Lene Larson,
that we can all love with. Thank you.
Lene Larson, LeVar Christensen. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I mixed it up. Alicia. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say thank you for your time. I know this has been a lot, and I appreciate and know that you guys have put hours and hours into this. I just wanted to share just an experience I had with a dear friend. Her son is at Corner Canyon with my son, and by her permission, I asked her to share this story. She called me and said, she knows I've been digging into this curriculum, and she said, okay, what's up with this curriculum? And I said, well, her son just barely came out as gay. He's just come out. And I said, okay, your son is gay, my son is straight, and they're in the same classroom. We're going to talk about emotions. We're going to talk about gender. We're going to talk about all of these very sensitive subjects. The outcome of this lesson is dependent upon the teacher. It's dependent upon the teacher. There's open dialogue. There's children talking. We're all talking about your son coming out or my son not coming out, whatever. I said, that's what's happening. And I said, please tell me, how would your son feel in a classroom setting when he is brand new, come out as gay? She said, it would be awful. I said, well, your child might come home feeling like crap. Your child might come home and there's a suicide watch. My child might come home and say, gosh, I think I might be gay, and we might have a suicide watch here. This is open dialogue for these are going on in our world. This stuff is happening. These children are going through a lot, and I agree. But I also know some children can come out gay and talk about it. Some cannot. Some kids don't want to talk about it at all, and it needs to stay at home. Let's talk about empowering. Let's talk about goals. Let's talk about being kind. Let's talk about being positive. We don't need to bring these issues into the classroom. Please remove it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Okay.
much. I'm glad I can speak. I had
Yes,
all these notes.
just sorry for the record, Lene Larson.
Yes. Anyway, I left my notes at home. I had some visuals. Long story short, my son came home a couple weeks ago, and he has a Chromebook, and I know that's the new thing. As parents, I know with COVID, that was the thank you. I'm a little skeptical just because with a lot of things, as a lot of parents, we watch everything now. We're very alert. We watch. I was lucky enough a few years ago. My son at the time was 13, and he begged and pleaded for a smartphone, and I caved. And then almost immediately, I went to a Colin Karchner seminar, and it changed my life because his whole push was save the kids. And if you ever followed Colin Karchner and you saw the comments and these kids that were on the verge of taking their lives, thousands and thousands, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of kids he touched, but it changed my life. And then he turned it to save the parents. And the whole purpose of this was these things, technology, Chromebooks, technology is basically taking our kids away. This pandemic that we're in right now started in 2010. And I'm not talking about COVID. I'm talking about Common Core. I'm talking about in Silicon Valley, the day when all the technogods of the world got together and they said, we're going to create platforms that are going to steal the minds of these kids. I know it's going to hurt them, but guess what? We don't care. It'll produce billions of dollars. These people do not care about your kids, our kids. It's in our schools, Common Core. Guess who built it? Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. He also built a lot of things that you should look into his background. If you're going into business with someone, you want to know who they are. Research
you.
Bill and Melinda Gates. We need to come together as parents. I will
Thank
work
you.
with anyone, and I have ideas. I would love to sit down with any of you. I have
Thank
ideas
you.
that will
Your
help
time
these
is
kids.
up.
Thank you.
LeVar Christensen, and that is our final speaker for tonight.
Thank you to all of you. Appreciate it. Sincere forever friends. And I had apparently an unacceptable 2.5-minute talk, which isn't going to be allowed. So I'm going to give you a copy rather than wait till tomorrow.
Hand it to the secretary there.
Otherwise, walking over there will come out of my ticking clock. This is the Education Bible, over 800 pages. We would not be here tonight if it were not for Article 10 of our Utah Constitution, the Utah Public Education System. The opening policy of that Education Bible, I was humbled and honored to write. And there it is in our code. But the opening preamble to the Utah State Constitution states, grateful to Almighty God for life and liberty, we the people of Utah do ordain and establish this Constitution. Our motto, in God we trust, Veterans Day, 2 days from now, our Pledge of Allegiance, one nation under God. Please, we ask you to please let God prevail in Utah. In Utah, we do not back down. We do not hide our light under a bushel. Let us not trade time-honored, self-evident truths for the divisive nature of today's secularism and moral relativism. More than 600 parents have come before you and have pleaded with you. We've cited 4 specific express statutes that this action violates. Any student, any parent has standing to bring an action for an injunction. They can opt out. This is very, very serious. And you cannot skip over the 4 explicit statutes that we have mentioned with the fundamental liberty and interests of parents, their primary responsibility. It doesn't pass that requisite test.
Okay.
The state, if I might just, since 2004, the Utah legislature has given you civic and character education. Those virtues are there. They've been there all along. You do not need new innovations that hijack the vocabulary and change everything and take us in a forbidden path. Thank you. There's so much more that could be said. I hope that you'll look at what I shared.
Please, we will read that. Thank you for providing the materials.
It warrants at least a 2.5-minute talk. It's a very serious matter.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our patron comments. We will now consider the consent agenda, which is next on our agenda. I will ask for a motion on that.
Okay, I would like to make a motion on the consent agenda
but pull out.
Okay.
J.
Do you mind reading each of the
I will.
items?
I'm
Thank
about
you.
to, yeah. Approval of minutes for October 19th, 2021, approval of hire and termination reports, approval of purchasing bids, approval of student overnight travel, approval of October financial reports, approval of memorandum of understanding between Canyon School District and Alpine School District regarding Suncrest busing, approval to relocate Diamond Ridge High School and Entrada Adult High School to the Bellevue building starting the 2022-2023 school year, approval of the land trust and TSSP amendment for Sandy Elementary, affirmation of 5 virtual Friday dates for the remainder of the 2021-2022 school year, approval of memorandum of understanding with the ESB Association regarding personal leave days on virtual Fridays, and approval of LEA specific licenses. Again, I'm asking that item I and item F be pulled out for quick discussion with this consent agenda. F and I.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, the motion is to approve consent agenda items 6A, B, C, D, E, G, H, and J, and K.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, that is the motion. Is there a second to the motion? Okay, there is a second to the motion. Now, any discussion to this motion? Yes, Mr. Millerberg was the second. Thank you. All right, we'll take a vote on this motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you. And now you have asked for some discussion on items 6F and 6I.
Yes. On 6F, I just wanted to bring up, we had a few months ago, a mother from the Suncrest area talking about busing. And we had discussed with our business administrator, Leon Wilcox, that we would ask for a report, a transportation safety report, to see if we could reevaluate if we want to do busing from Suncrest to our schools. And this memorandum is just continuing, that we will pay Alpine School District for those kids that they are being bused over to Alpine in open enrollment. So I just would like to make note that the board did ask for a safety and transportation report and see where the standing is on that, and possibly put that on an agenda item, because we haven't heard back yet.
Okay, do you have some information for us on that?
Yes, thank you, President Tingey. Yes, we have been meeting with both State Risk Management and Draper City. That is a Draper City road. It's not a state road, Traverse Ridge. Their tentative recommendation is to proceed with caution if we do bus up there. They do have, both of them have concerns with that. That being said, I think it should come back as an agenda item, as Mrs. Nybar said, and we can do that in a future meeting.
Okay. Thank you. Is that okay?
I think that would be great to bring it back as an agenda item, especially given the fact that Oak Hollow is down in population, and those students that would like to come to our district are wanting to go to Oak Hollow.
Okay. Thank you. Other discussion on this item? Mrs. Oaks?
So when this was previously brought up, one of the difficulties that we came across was that state transportation had taken a look at this grade on the road going up to Suncrest specifically, and said that it was not safe for them to do that. And so, and correct me if I'm wrong, Leon, if that's what you recall, and that's kind of where the discussion more or less ended.
Well, I think when we talked about this, it was last July. One of the summer meetings, we discussed that we would go out, and when grade is over 6%, you're supposed to go do more in-depth studies on the safety, the conditions of the road. We've done that. We've got some more information. We can bring that back and share with you at a future meeting. So again, I want to emphasize the MOU with Alpine School District. That's just an annual thing. We knew this year we'd have to do it. So that's what's before you on the agenda.
Okay, Mrs. Nybar.
When we discussed it before, one of the things that Leon brought up is that the difference now is the concrete guardrail. And so he had said the last time the safety transportation did it was many years ago. And so the suggestion was, and the board agreed together that we would have another one conducted. And so, and we also talked about what action would that take? Would we need to do a new memorandum to Alpine School District saying, we're going to bus these kids ourselves. So that was the discussion. And I think the what went forward was the assignment to get a new study. And so.
Okay, it sounds like all of this can be appropriately discussed as a future agenda item.
Yes, perfect. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any?
Yeah.
Mr. Wrigley, yes.
Is there any timeline on this amendment we have to have so we can know?
No, but keep in mind, there's really no way we could do that this school year. And that's when this school year is for that MOU.
Okay.
Any other busing would have to be in a future school year. So there's no timeline, I would say, but to say that I want to emphasize it's for just this school year.
So does this need to be held then to have that discussion, or could we approve this and still have the discussion?
I would, again, to me, it's two completely separate items.
Yeah, that's why I thought so.
The MOU is one item. That's what we're bringing for you tonight. Future considerations of busing we could bring back at another meeting. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And did you want to discuss the item 6I?
Yes, with the item 6I, I just wanted to discuss the problems that I've heard from parents regarding the last virtual Friday dates. And I discussed those briefly with when we have emergency closures and weather. So just, again, looking for supports for students. And these wouldn't necessarily be students with special, students with special needs, but it could be students that have IEPs or 504s that just need extra supports in place. And just, I don't know if we need some sort of follow-up, but I have received a lot of concerns with parents that way. And then also what we're doing to support our students who are special needs with those virtual days. And then the last was, students, I know students at Corner Canyon where teachers that were of the alternate day still assigned work, even though it was A day or B day. I can't remember which one it was, but just making sure that those things are consistent, that the kids for these next 5 virtual days will only be getting homework for the classes they would have attended, not all their classes, and then looking for those supports for students who need them.
Okay. Any other discussion to this item? Okay. Seeing none, it would be appropriate to have a motion regarding those 2 items.
I'll go ahead and make that motion to approve those items after this discussion.
For the record, do you mind
yes,
naming those items?
Which are the approval of the Memorandum of Understanding between Canyon School District and Alpine School District regarding the Suncrest busing, and the affirmation of the 5 virtual Friday dates for the remainder of the 2021-2022 school year.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any discussion to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, that motion passes. Okay, next on the agenda is approval of social emotional learning curriculum for remainder of 2021-2022 school year. This is a 3rd reading and action is requested. I will turn time over to school performance directors, Alice Peck and Dr. McKay Robinson.
Thank you, President Tingy, board members. As a reminder, the 4 options that were presented to you in our last meeting were second step for elementary only, Nearpod social and emotional learning lessons, which would be selected and modified by the district, positive action, and Leader in Me. In the last presentation, it was mentioned that there would be no additional cost associated with the continuation of second step. And while there may be may not be, an additional capital cost because of the curriculum, and it's already been purchased, it is acknowledged to the board that additional costs in this form of time has been spent on such things as program review, and potential time commitments to professional development could still occur, among other things. So we just wanted to acknowledge that today. And just to also acknowledge that any other programs that would come into play had to be looked at as well. We also wanted to remind you that any of the options approved this evening will have a parent opt-out option, and that the cabinet will vet all materials and/or lessons before they are rolled out to our schools. In addition, we wanted to remind you that parents will have access to any SEL programs that are approved by our board. Most second step and positive action can be made available to review upon request. Family access to cabinet reviewed Nearpod lessons can be made available online to parents. Leader and Me family access to lessons can be available online through a school username and password. And so before I turn this over to you for further discussion, I'm going to share with you the results of the survey that you requested in our last board meeting. Survey results are final participation results for elementary parents, 1,190 responses. And for our elementary employees, there were 398 responses. So we'll look first of all at parent results. And this first question said, what grade is your child currently in? And so all the grade levels that you see here, there was a fairly equal mix across the board, ranging from roughly 18% to 14% per grade represented by the respondents. These next three slides, I'm not going to read every single number for these three slides, but I will give you a moment to look after reading question number 2. These three slides just ask which elementary school does your child currently attend. And again, this was only for participating schools. So on this slide, some of our highest respondent groups were in the 78, 70, 81 number of respondents. So I'll just give you a moment to look at those. Okay, and then the next slide does the same. I'm going to look at the number of respondents and the percentage of respondents. And then lastly, a list of respondents and that percentage of the respondents. Okay, question number 3. Based on your experiences, choose one of the following options. Roughly 41% of respondents said, I believe the social emotional learning program has contributed to positive outcomes in my child's school. Roughly 14% said, I do not believe the social emotional learning program has contributed to positive outcomes in my student and or other students' behavior at my child's school. Roughly 10%, I do not think this social emotional learning program has either positively or negatively contributed to my student and or other students' behavior at my child's school. And then roughly 35% said, I do not have enough information to provide an opinion. And then this next slide just breaks this into a pie chart for you. Okay, question number 4. What is your preference regarding temporary continuation of the second step social emotional learning curriculum at your child's school for the remainder of the school year, provided that careful review of the content is conducted? And of the respondents, you can see the percentage of respondents from this list here. We had roughly 45,000 or 45%, excuse me, prefer second step be used for the remainder of the school year. Roughly 24% prefer second step not be reinstated for the remainder of the school year, and 32% don't have an opinion about whether it should or should not be continued for the remainder of the year. And again, the pie chart for this question. Question number 5, if the second step social emotional learning curriculum is used at your child's school for the remainder of the school year, do you plan to have your child participate? 54% said yes, I would like my child to participate. Roughly 16% no, I would opt my child out of participation, and 29% said I don't know, I haven't decided at this time. And then question number 5's pie chart. So those were the results from parents. The next results are from our employees. At which elementary school do you work? These are the number of respondents and the percentage of total respondents from this particular group of schools. Next, participating school responses.
Alice, can you please go back to the first one? I looked down and then it was gone.
Oh, sure.
I just wanted to know how many was the total of teachers and how many responded. I think it was 389 for responding.
It was 382, I believe. Let me go back and see if I can find that first slide. 398, thank you. 398.
And how many teachers? 1,000?
Actually, the elementary parents, 1,190.
Teachers.
Teachers.
1,000.
So we had 1,527 teachers that were asked. Of those teachers, we had 398 respond.
Okay, I just needed that.
Sure.
Get my data in place.
Sure. Okay, so this was the second slide on participating school responses. And the third slide, give you a minute to look at those. Okay, question number 2, based on your experiences, choose one of the following options. 82%. I believe this social emotional learning program has contributed to positive outcome in my student and/or students' behavior at school. 3% said, I do not believe this social emotional learning program has contributed to positive outcomes in my students and/or other students' behavior at my school. 7%, I do not think this social emotional learning program has either positively or negatively contributed to students and/or students' behaviors at my school. And 8% said, I do not have enough information to provide an opinion. And this is the breakdown in that pie chart for question 2. Question 3, what is your preference regarding temporary continuation of the second step social emotional learning curriculum at your child's school for the remainder of this school year, provided that careful review of content is conducted? Roughly 76%, I prefer that second step be used for the remainder of this school year. Roughly 12%, I prefer that second step not be reinstated for the remainder of this school year. And 12%, I do not have an opinion about whether second step should be used for the remainder of this year. And then there is the pie chart. So that concludes the survey results. And so at this time, I'll turn the time back to you and be prepared to answer any questions you might have of our team.
Thank you, Alice. Board, let's start. Are there any clarifying questions that you have for Alice or McKay before we begin our discussion?
I just have a question.
Yes.
Actually, it's a
Mrs.
reminder.
Arnold.
It's a reminder. Can you, and I forgot. Anyway, can you go through the programs that we already have in place that you would say qualifies for any part or any portion of the second step curriculum or SEL? For example, restorative practices would fit one of those slots as part of it. Can you remind me of the others that we have in place? I know there's PBSI.
So yeah, we don't have another adopted curriculum in place.
But what are we already using?
Well, that's going to be difficult to list all the different things. I'll let McKay try to help me. We do the restorative practices. We've been doing that. Circles are taking place in our elementary schools. Our Tier 1 PBIS supports, which have been in place for almost as long as our district's been. And I think each school looks at school rules under PBIS, and we look at, good character traits in terms of following those rules, be safe, be kind. Those types of things are still in place.
Do we still have Leader in Me in some of the schools?
No.
Okay. All right. I just was trying to get my.
Okay.
Any other clarifying questions? Mr. Wrigley.
So the numbers we have are somewhat down on this. However, they're, as compared to the last mayor's race and stuff, are almost equal. But how long did we have for this to be out as far as teachers and parents to respond to?
I'm going to have to defer. I'm not sure when the actual survey
It's about a week
went
or so.
out. It was about a week.
It was one week, and we sent this to teachers and parents inboxes, or what did we do? And what's the average reply when we do any survey in this area? Because we do quite a bit of surveys.
So, Alice, can you repeat that in the microphone, the answer?
Okay, so the question again was how much time do we typically give for survey results? And I'm sorry, Jeff, I didn't.
About 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
But it depends on it.
2 weeks or 1 week, depending on how.
The other question I have would be about what's our average return rate on surveys in general?
So my understanding after talking to Hal Sanderson is the return rate, the percentage rate on this particular survey was very close to the return rate we have gotten on other surveys.
Most of our returns
it's
that
pretty
we've done in the
average,
district
yes.
in the past.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other clarifying questions? She just read through the survey questions.
Yeah, they're on board docs.
Yes, they are on board docs. Yes. Okay. Mr. Millerberg.
I am concerned about the number of people that the surveys were sent to. I informed my own daughter the survey will be coming. Watch for it. I've talked to her and she has been watching for it. And she's still watching for it. And so, that's just one example that I'm familiar with that says, I'm not sure the survey went out as we were told it went out. And I will also say that as I look at, I didn't write down the exact number, but roughly 1,200 teachers and 300 responded, that only 25% of them really care enough to even respond. And I've got to believe that 25% that really cared would skew the results of the survey.
Okay. Right now we're just kind of talking about clarifying questions for the presentation.
I have no more questions. I have no more questions. I just need to go to discussion.
So, Mrs. Neubauer, you said you had a clarifying question?
No, I'm ready to go to discussion. I have questions in my discussion.
Okay. All right. We'll now move to board member discussion. And I think everyone has comments. This is an item that has been discussed at great length in board meetings. And I want to just publicly acknowledge the amount of work that each and every board member has put in on this topic. I feel like I need to thank each of them. We've taken this seriously. Much time and effort has been spent to review and study and listen to the public, to parents. I also want to thank the administration for the time and effort that they've put in on this matter over the last few months. And it's been a tremendous amount of work. And so I just want to express that appreciation and recognize that there are lots of different opinions and call for understanding and respect for the board and the work that we have done. And now we'll turn it over for board discussion. And Mrs. Arnold, you said you're ready. Would you like to go first?
I'm actually going to let Holly go first, and then I can follow after her.
All right. I will have Mrs. Neubauer and then Mrs. Arnold.
Thank you so much. I want to begin my comments talking about who I am. I'm a parent currently trying to raise 7 boys. The oldest is 20 and still asks for my opinion on a lot of things, and my youngest is 3 years old. And I know that I'm temporarily wearing this school board hat, as really all of 7 of us are. We're all parents, and that's why we're involved, trying to do the best we can with this work of the Canyons Board of Education. I see the parents in this room and listening to their comments, and I am your peer. I don't feel that my opinion is more significant or more important than any of yours, as I'm sure none of our fellow board members do. If that were the case, it would probably be time to step aside and let someone else lead. We know the best educational outcomes exist when parents are involved. Evidence dictates the progress of a student, a classroom, and a school are correlated to the amount of parent involvement. And I just want to publicly thank the parents for giving your time to advocate for your children. I have never at any time felt disrespected by any parents, and I'm grateful and recognize that. Also, I just wanted to thank the parents for the time they've spent researching this topic. And I know it's a sacrifice for them to come to these meetings. And I do believe we have a golden opportunity here in Canyon School District, because coupled with our amazing, talented faculty and staff and our wonderful superintendent and such parent engagement, this is how we can come up with the best outcome. I have found in my personal life that when I'm presented with a problem, it is also the greatest opportunity for growth and progress. Tonight, before I came, I spent several hours with a friend whose son was a victim of cyberbullying. It was a few hours, and I've spent many hours with her in the past week. I'm not convinced when we're trying to create socially and emotionally strong children that we're actually asking the right questions. I've come up with a list of questions. I don't have all the answers, and I don't know that these are the best questions, but I'd like to read to you the questions I've thought about. To ask all the parents, what is your primary concern regarding the social and emotional needs and health of your student? Do you feel your student's emotional and social needs are currently being addressed at your school? Do you feel your student is currently learning valuable social and emotional skills at school? Do you feel Second Steps teaches valuable social and emotional skills to improve your child's social and emotional health? What skills do you feel are the most important to be taught in social emotional learning? Do you feel Canyon Schools provides enough instruction regarding emotional harm caused by cyberbullying, improper use of social media and phones? Do you feel Canyon's current social emotional learning programs promote inclusion of peers, regardless of race, color, or sexual identity? I've gone around to many schools and I've talked to counselors and I've asked them questions. And one of the questions I asked was, in the past, when we had kids that would come in with anxiety and suicide ideation and these things, a lot of times, and research proves this, it was linked to different demographics and, what were the experiences in their neighborhood, in their home. And now I've asked a lot of counselors, are there any boundaries with these statistics? No, all boundaries have been crossed because now in every child's pocket is access to all sorts of parts of the world that weren't there before. And so when I've looked at all of these programs, I don't see these programs addressing the kids' real world problems, which are what is cyberbullying? What is a class misdemeanor if you post pornography on a friend's social media account? If you set up a fake account, at what point does the daughter need to turn off the phone because she has a negative body image? At what point do we need to teach these kids how to monitor their cell phone use? When I looked at the school climate surveys of last year, every teacher and every parent put the primary concern was cell phone usage. When I've asked counselors at schools, what is the most pressing matter at your school? Every single one of them said it starts and ends with cell phones. I have brought with me tonight, and I'm not going to take the time to list all the resources, but every single negative teenage addiction, habit, anxiety, everything is linked to cell phone usage. So I want to ask the question, I know we're worried about the social and emotional health of our students and our children, but is our target sure? Are we on the mark? I lived in Cleveland, Ohio several years ago for 4 years in a 150-year-old house. We came back from a vacation and there were mouse droppings all over my kitchen. We set up traps and it was the most difficult thing in the world. I'd wake up and every trap was full with mice. When we called the exterminator, for every mouse I saw, there were 100 others waiting. We lived by train tracks and there were 28 restaurants in Little Italy surrounding our 150-year-old home. And the exterminator came in and said, your house is like Swiss cheese. A mouse can get in because there's holes everywhere. I believe right now we have holes in the house and we're trying to plug it with Swiss cheese. And I don't think that our target is sure. When I have been researching the board rule, this is the board rule that talks about social emotional learning. I'm going to read it. It says this. It says, right here, it says, as part of a violence prevention and intervention strategy, a school shall provide age-appropriate instruction on firearms safety, including appropriate steps to take if a student sees a firearm or facsimile in school. And then it has a list of things. An LEA also develop or incorporate to the extent resources permit, tiered student assistant programs, social emotional learning. When I looked it up on drafts in 2019, they did say curriculum and they crossed it out and instead have social emotional learning. We've noted many times in this meeting, we wish that the USBE had standards in place for social emotional learning. They don't have standards because social emotional curriculum is not required in our state. Otherwise, they would have to have standards. And I've asked myself, why is the state quiet on this? And I listened to the commission just barely with Sid Dixon, where it was talked about. And she said there's no plans to make social emotional learning curriculum standards. And I believe this is why in the Utah Code of Education, it reads, civic and character education in public schools are not intended to be separate programs in need of special funding or added specialists to accomplish. And core principles which reflect the shared values of the citizens of Utah and the founding principles upon which representative democracy in the United States and the state of Utah are based. And then it talks about the different characteristics, civil, all the great things that we know about Portrait of the Graduate, honesty, work ethic. So my question is, why was this curriculum put in place to begin with? I know we were trying to address social emotional learning, but on purpose in their draft in 2019, they got rid of the word curriculum and did social emotional learning. What I just read was reviewed in 2021 in the general legislative session. They have not changed that. And so I know our kids are facing problems and I know we need to help them. But again, I go back to those questions. I don't see in any of these programs any way that what our kids are actually facing is going to be addressed or that they'll get help with it. So I think that when we're looking at what to do in the future, I think that we need to not make a decision in interim. If we found mice in the house and we're saying second steps isn't good for next year, what makes it good for this year and for the remainder of the year? I'm also hearing from a lot of teachers about the stress of letters. And that's our K through 3. And we're making decisions for K through 5. So why would we, for a temporary interim decision, implement any of these other curriculums that will require further training? I don't think that's fair or right to the teachers. And I don't think it's fair to these kids to make this decision quickly and in a temporary, somewhat crisis mode. I think we need to make sure our target is secure and that we're hitting the mark. And so for this reason, I believe we need to take further discussion and questions and go through strategic planning before we implement anything.
Thank you, Mrs. Arnold, and then Mr. Wrigley.
So the reason I did let Holly go ahead, because then I made her and wanted her to read the rule and the law. And so she's explained to you the rule, and that was that we could have social emotional education or curriculum, but it was a could, and that the law says that that's not what we're supposed to necessarily be doing. So with that said, I want to also say that I don't believe in SEL and second steps as a check-all for social, emotional, and academic education. I believe that there are other things in place that we already have within the district, which we already talked a little bit about: restorative practices, PBSI, circles, tier 1, school rules, character ed, and also we also have and can fall back on to the 2004 civic and character education. One of the questions that was brought to me was, why am I following the Loud group? And I just want to make it clear, I'm not following the Loud group. I do have a mind of my own. I'm 70 years old. I've seen a lot. I've been around the corner 2 or 3 times. And the parents are our primary educators. And if you look at SEL and if you look at CASEL, you'll see that that is not the primary educators. The primary educators in their model is educators, and then the school, and then the family, and then the community, and it's back-assward. It should be, sorry, I came from a farm, and I do use that word SHIT, but not in my classroom. Anyway, it should be the family, and then the educators, and then the community, and maybe that school and community kind of blend together. So we give the parents a voice. We gave you one tonight. We give employees a voice. We gave them one tonight. We gave the students a voice tonight. But when it comes down to the bottom line, I represent my constituents. And there's a mix of those. But the constituents are being the ones who are the primary stakeholders who voted me and told me and have emailed me and talked to me and said, this is what we feel need to be represented. Hopefully, eventually, we'll get maybe more direction from the state. But if we don't, then it falls upon the board to make the decision. And that I'm not having taken away from me. That was given to me by all of my constituents. If you think that being on the board is simple and easy and I should like just step down because I don't want difficult times and difficult things, then you're wrong. I didn't come here to back down. I came here to help children. And when I look at everything that CASEL and SEL says, the process through which all young people and adults acquire and apply the knowledge, skills, and attitudes. Well, it makes them think they get to apply my attitude or another child's attitude. I want you to know my grandson came home and in his school, they're teaching SEL, second steps anyway. And he said, Grandma, am I supposed to be sad? And I said, what do you mean? And he goes, well, we were in class today, and he's in 7th grade. And he said, we had a discussion about being sad, and everybody went around and told something that they were sad about. And I said, well, what happened to you? And he goes, well, I couldn't think of one sad thing. And I said, well, then you get to lie and say you're happy, or you get to make up something that was sad. And he goes, no, they kept saying that everyone had to have been sad at some time. And so it goes back to that same thing about, even though we have these lessons and we're monitoring them when we're trying to stay on top of them, there is teacher input. And he has nothing to be sad about. He's the happiest child in the whole world. Anyway, so going through the things of SEL and so let's talk about CASEL a second. So they're the main corporation that goes out and does all the teaching and all the helping with developing curriculum. And as I tried and searched to find anything out there that we could implement, that I could, come to you parents and say, hey, here's something, maybe we can use it. Every time I turned around, at the bottom down there somewhere, it said CASEL, or in the middle, it said CASEL, or at the top, it said CASEL. And so I don't believe in CASEL and their implementation of what they want to do. And so somebody already read most of the things I wrote on here, but it says the research of CASEL, the benefits are well researched. So here are their benefits. Improves academic outcomes. Well, maybe when kids are a little happier, maybe they are, but who's to say those kids are happier or sadder when they get done with the lesson? And maybe he's thinking all day, I'm sad. I should be sad. And so then he doesn't do his math all day. Benefits are long-term and global. Really what we're going to do to these kids are making it long-term and global. A wise financial investment. How are those kids going to be a wise financial investment by teaching this curriculum? Social and emotional skills help improve lifetime outcomes. Well, I kind of agree with that, but I don't believe that all kids should talk the same talk, have the same rhetoric, act the same way. I came from a farm. My dad said, there are 20 acres out there and those sheep got out. Kind of like your mouse story. And he said, go find out where the sheep got out. And so I said to him, well, where do you think? He goes, well, that's up to you. You think about that. And I'd say, well, what do I do to fix it? And he goes, you go figure out where to fix the fence. And so I would spend my time walking the fence, trying to figure it out. I could usually choose two places. Then I had to go back to the farm. And this is all by walking. And you have a lot of time to reflect, by the way. And then gather up the materials I thought, and then go fix the fence, and then go get the sheep and then bring them through the gate. And within a half an hour, those dang things would be out again. I don't know what to tell you, but you learn a lot of social emotional skills when those sheep do that. There are words for them. All right. So then somebody's already read about the upper grades and that the things that they are teaching, like undercurrent of social justice, CRT, gender and power, sexualization, lessons steering away from the family, lessons encouraging stand up, speak out, and start a movement. I really do believe we have a right to stand up, speak out. That's what freedom of speech is. Start a movement. I asked my granddaughter about that, and she said, well, if it was a zombie apocalypse, she goes, I'd start a movement. She goes, I'd go steal all the art supplies I could before we had to go hide in the cave that you have planned for us. I don't know that that's the right movement. Okay, learn and do and prepare for the world tomorrow. I do believe that's our parents' job to learn and do and prepare for the world tomorrow under their circumstances and their homes. I pretty well have lived every life. I've lived the homeless life. I've lived a divorced life. I've lived the remarried life. I've lived the, I have 5 children, you have 4 children life. I've lived the 22 grandchildren life. I've lived the have a job, don't have a job. I lived that my sister's son actually murdered them. There's not much in this lifetime I have not lived. And it doesn't help me, and never did help me, to go to a classroom and have people tell me, like this happened just a couple of days ago, about visualizing and helping myself see a place, a safe place, a good place. As a matter of fact, I had to walk out of the room because it wasn't good and wasn't safe and I didn't like it at all. We don't give the kids that opportunity. I am an adult. I can stand up and walk out. Those kids are not. They cannot stand up and walk out. So I know this is kind of corny, but it's called humor relief. So everyone goes back to Nemo, and Marlin, he's on top of Crush, and Squirt's sitting there, if you remember this story. And all of a sudden Squirt goes flying off into the sea, into the wave, right? And Marlin says, "Oh my goodness." And Crush goes, "Whoa, kill the motor, dude. Let us see what Squirt does flying solo." And Squirt comes back and goes, "Woo, that was cool. Hey, Dad, did you see that? Did you see me, Dad? Did you see me do what I did?" And then Crush says, "You so totally rock, Squirt." So what do we see in this story? Crush knew that Squirt had gotten into trouble, but instead of rushing over and saving him from failure, he gave the little turtle a chance to solve his problem of his own. And Squirt was super psyched because he achieved it. Sometimes I really feel that we help children way too much. They need to have that argument. They need to have that fight. They need to be able to figure out what the consequences of life are. And I don't think we're giving them the opportunities to figure out the consequences. And then when the consequences become huge, they don't even know what to do with them because they make this stupid little mistake of, I don't know, drinking when they're 18 and then they're all of a sudden locked up and in jail, and they didn't have an opportunity to do dumb little things. And by the way, the new brain research says the more mistakes you make, the more brain cells you build. So let's let these kids make some mistakes. Anyway, then it goes on. And of course, Merlin, he's trying to figure it out because he's so overprotective. And Crush says, "Oh, it's awesome, Jelly Man. Little dudes are just eggs. We leave them on the bench and they hatch. Then they find their way back to the old blue." And Marlin says, "All by themselves?" And he goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "But dude, how do they know when they're ready?" And Crush says, "Well, you'll never really know, but when they'll know, you'll know they know." And so sometimes I just feel like that's part of the lessons. If you want to talk about social emotional lessons, let's talk about Nemo. They just learned to keep swimming. They made friends along the way. They know how to treat each other. There were differences, and they figured out that they both had their own special talents. It's a big world out there, and you never give up on people you care. And I want you to know, in my classroom, I had one rule. It was be nice. And if we only have one rule in this whole district, it should be nice, because everything falls under that. You still, well, be nice. And why weren't you nice? And what can you do to be nice? And what should happen if you're not nice? And it goes back to owning it and having consequences. So just in conclusion, I won't be voting for SEL, and I also won't be voting for replacing it with anything, because I don't think that trying to fix that fence and fix that fence and fix that fence until so the sheep don't get out, that it's going to help us. We need to really actually build a new fence that's more, what's the word I want? That's more capable of keeping the sheep in than letting them out. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss. Please, we ask you to hold your applause and maintain decorum. Mr. Wrigley.
Thank you. I have had, and I think a lot of the board members have had an opportunity to listen from a lot of people, a lot of teachers, our therapists, our social workers, our principals, a lot of different people this year over this topic. And we've heard a lot of things over the last 2 years on the different topics. I think everybody I've talked with has the same, no matter what the topic has been, master, no master, in school or not out of school, or SEL or not out of school, we've all cared about our kids. We've all wanted the best for our children. Sometimes we saw different things in different ways. It has been it's been a really interesting year in that a lot of the parents have always asked, we want to be heard. We want our voice to be heard. Last year, we were sort of, I'm going to try to bring this back a little bit back to what the topic is tonight. The topic is, do we get rid of second step or do we keep it in the elementaries, or what do we do? So I'm going to address that in general. That for me was sort of easily answered when our parent group came to us and said that the second step program that we got into several years ago had morphed. They decided to go on a national level in a different direction than the values that we had in our district, and the parents did. I have not talked with any parent, nor have I got any letter in from any parent at this point. I guess maybe after today they will, saying that I want to keep transformative social emotional learning in the district, and I really want to teach critical race. I have not at this point got that. I think we all are concerned about that. All parents, no matter if it's keep this or don't keep it, we're all concerned about that at this time. So as we look at that, I'm finding that keeping second step, but I think was pretty much answered because we keep on saying as a district, we don't support critical race theory. The legislature says we don't support critical race theory, and the vendor we're currently using has decided to go sort of in that direction. So for me, that's not a question as to whether or not we end second step. And I suggest that in the middle school that we go ahead and end second step at this time and request that the administration go ahead and put out a request for proposal and get public input as to what we need to do to move towards something else for next year. The principals at the middle schools are this time saying they would probably like to keep it, but at this point, they think they could put something together to just sort of wing it for the rest of the year with some support. Now, as far as the elementary schools, we've had a lot of input from elementary schools. We've had input from most of the counselors have come up and talked with us and said that's there. We've had all the principals come up and say, hey, we really need this. We've had a lot of positive. This is just a minor number of people that have sent emails to us and things. I didn't really need to know this. I don't know what people are thinking before we ever did, because there's a lot of people that are coming in. So we have a lot of our teachers, they're saying, we just really need something in the classroom. We are more than willing at this point to get us through the year by at the end of the year, leaving second step and to get us through the remaining part of the year and allowing us to do this because we have to change so much in the system to make this work. Our mental health people are telling me that a lot of their whole restorative process is based upon this, the basic foundation. There's a lot of stuff. It's like taking apart or turning a battleship. You know, you have to be very careful and taking apart a thing that we have to do it strategically. So the teachers and stuff are saying, can we, because we get a lot of these, the parents, I went to one school and they said, well, I've got 5 teachers that are ready to leave because of all the stresses that are going on, behavioral issues we've heard, everything else going on. So a lot of the teachers are that way. We also have a lot of parents that have sent stuff to us. As I was saying in the surveys amount, these are not perfect surveys. We're not going to get a perfect survey. I was amazed at how few people voted in our last mayoral race within Sandy, with all the people running, less than 20% voted. Should we just throw that out because only 20% voted? That will be a valid election. But this is, when we look at this last year, this is what we were running into. I had parents last year. Let's take one of the many issues we had. Should we keep the schools open or should we keep the schools closed? I believe you were here testifying before us that we should keep the schools open. But we also had people saying we should keep the schools closed, right? And we got really contentious. both people, because both people were right. They both cared about their kids. The parents that wanted it closed. I had one individual that came to me, and multiple times I kept on getting emails and emails and emails. And if anybody died, then the sin would be upon my head. And I asked her, I said, well, where's your child? Because we really tried last year to hear all parents' voices. We said, we're going to honor the parents that want their kids in school. We're going to honor the parents that don't want their kids in school. And we're even going to give you a homeschooling option if you want to do that. And this particular parent said to me, she says, my child or my grandchild is in homeschool. He's in online, but I don't want anybody to go to school because that's how I feel. Nobody should go to school. And I said, well, that's really good for you. And I understand that, but I'm taking care of your grandchild and giving him an opportunity. And I'm listening to all parents and giving all parents a voice. So if I do that, I take the voice away from one parent group and I give it to the other parent group, and I just cause more contention. So after the board came up with options, the whole level of that whole thing just sort of dropped down again. And we had another issue right after that on mask. But anyway, the whole level just sort of dropped down, and we felt less contention, and we were able to do our jobs, and we actually made it through on that. So I've got parents on both sides of the issue. So what I'm stating is what I'd like to see in this, in listening to all the constituents and listening to our faculty and listening to if we say to our teachers and our mental health therapists, well, thank you, you're 100%, you're 81%, you're 85%, but we don't care. It sends a big slap in the face to them. We're killing the golden goose that laid the egg. We're saying that doesn't matter. We know. What I've been proposing, and I did the last meeting, I propose it again, is that we give the option to stay in for those parents that want to stay in. And we got a pretty large number. I know there's a lot of numbers that I don't care. This survey, the biggest thing I was looking for this survey, I was looking at the people that said, I don't want it. And the reason is any survey we've ever done, those people that don't want things are pretty vocal about it, and they send that in. The people that are usually satisfied with something, which is the majority of the people who vote nowadays in the United States, if they're satisfied, they don't go to the polls. That's pretty common. And so when I looked at the numbers, I'm going, the numbers here, obviously there's a percentage of people, 16% that said they wanted to opt out. Other people that are concerned. But what I'm proposing is that we go ahead and finishing it off for the rest of the year, which allows parents to go ahead and let me finish my thought, Lamar. It allows parents to go ahead and have that right and be able to hear their voice. We also give the opportunity to go ahead and opt out. So for those parents that want to opt out, we hear their voice. We give enough time for the district to take a look at this rather than all this argument tonight. The argument tonight is not do we have SEL or not have SEL or what SEL we have. We're just a pretty simple question as far as I'm concerned. It's do we continue what we have and listen to everybody on both sides or not? Typically, Lamont, I will not take answers, but I want questions, but I will let you take a question. What is your question of me? Okay, so let me answer that. Okay, so let me answer that. Okay, Lamar. Okay, so most of the parents that are satisfied with something don't sign petitions, but we've had a lot of people send emails. We've had a lot of emails come in. We've had a lot of comment from our teachers. We've had a lot of comment from our professionals. I'm trying to come up with some kind of compromise here that I let all my parents speak rather than a minority or whatever way I have of the parents speak, because when that happens, all we're going to have is more contention. I'm trying to come up with a way to not have that. I suggest that we then go ahead and allow this second step for the remaining part of the year as we look at other options. I would like to have at least two options to give parents choice as we go into our thing. So as we move to whatever we come out with, parents and then STCs may have some choice for that. So anyway, that is what I'm proposing tonight.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Mrs. Oaks,
I'd like to pass for now.
Mrs. Schill,
I'm going to pass.
Mr. Millerberg.
Start out with Clarine. Backwards is a great word. No, everybody knows what you mean, but you don't offend people as much. And the other great word I have is one that I coined myself. It's called stuff. Okay. Everybody knows what it is, but you can get away with it. I have enjoyed the conversation tonight, and that may sound strange, but I have. And I want to just state right up front, let's not make any mistake about who the school district belongs to. Okay? This is a public school system. It does not belong to the superintendent. It does not belong to the Board of Education. It does not belong to the other education professionals we have. The school district belongs to the patrons of the district, the people that pay the taxes, the people that pay for all the rest of us to be here. This is your school system. And I don't mean to be offensive to our educational professionals because I absolutely love them. I think we've got the best we can absolutely come up with, and they are great people. But if any of you play cards, you know what a trump card is. And I hate to say it, but parents, you hold the trump cards. You know, you've got all trump cards. And maybe Trump is a bad word to use now. I don't know. I was elected not by the education professionals, but I was elected by people that live in my precinct 1. I'm supposed to represent what they want. And it's kind of a hard balance because I have my feelings on topics, and I know that the people out there don't always agree with me, and they're probably split, but I feel like other than the fact that nobody ran against me, I got elected by people that think I think like they do. I'm really good at winning unopposed elections, okay? And when push comes to shove, and I feel that there's opposition, you know, people speaking from both sides. And I like that because I feel like if we argue both sides of an issue, we come up with a much better solution in the long run. But in that case, I am then left to vote my own conscience. And I guarantee you that when I walk out of here tonight, I will have made somebody mad at me. Promise. So there's no clear direction that I'm getting. I think I said this earlier, but I think the survey, I appreciate the effort that went into it. And, you know, the good old college try. But I think the survey results are kind of worthless. When you have teachers that are really vested in it, you get about 25%. When people in my own family, I asked them about how they felt about the survey and they say they don't get it. It really puts things in a different light to me. The graphs that we look at, we see, you know, 40, 42, 43% of the people saying we feel like it's made a difference. But the other side is we have the people that don't know enough to vote, to express an opinion, people that feel like it did not make an improvement, or people that feel like it was neither positive nor negative. And those kind of sound like two of the same question to me. And so I add those up, and that's, you know, close to 60% of the people that are not in favor of it. And so I have a hard time coming up with a whole lot of value from the survey. One of the strong points of social emotional learning is that we put a common language in our schools. My wife taught in a Title I school, and they had Leader in Me in there. And it was interesting, especially because, if any of you have read The 7 Habits, the same language starts flowing through the school. And that's a very valuable tool, in my opinion. And so, regardless of which of the options you were to choose to put into a school, there is a common language thread that goes through the school. Now, if we opt out, I have a couple of questions. What happens to those kids that opted out while they are teaching social and emotional learning? Also, what happens to that common language in the school when a substantial number of the kids opt out and they aren't getting immersed in that common language? And so I think the opt-out option, even though it's valuable and it should be there, I would much rather have a program in place or no program in place to where kids are involved at the ground level in the school to where they learn their own or the common language of the school. We talk about a minority interest or the vocal minority. Tonight, we had one parent. One parent, Jessica, stand up and hold a book. Right? Thank you. We had one parent talk about the books in our library. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for caring enough to be involved in the school. I received an email during the week that talked about books that they are placing on hold in the library. My question was not if we should take those out or not. That's intuitive. Those things shouldn't be there. My question was, how the hell did they get in there in the first place?
Please.
I got to come up with a better word for hell, I guess. I don't know. I have spent the last 46 years practicing accounting in the state of Utah. Of those 46 years, I've been licensed for 44 of those as a certified public accountant. And I'm going to share with you a couple of maybe not quite accounting principles that you would get a FASB on, but lessons I've learned from the accounting industry. One of which is not really in accounting, but my grandfather was a rancher, and I learned a few lessons working the ranch as well. I'm going to start out with one. When I certified, you had to have audit experience in order to get certified as a certified public accountant. So I got my 2 years worth of audit and then I went to the tax discipline. But the first one was what I call the fruit of the poison tree. And that is, if a tree is poisoned, if it teaches that the parents are on the third rung of where the student should go, I consider that tree poison. And I don't care if the fruit is in the secondary level or if it's in the primary level, the fruit is poison coming from that tree. The one that comes from the ranch, and I'm going to cross this word out, and I'm going to call it the horse manure principle. On the ranch, we had a different word we used for horse manure. Use your imagination. Okay? If my grandmother were to bake a cake and frost it,
do you want me to spell that for you?
if my grandmother would bake a cake and frost it, and my grandfather would go out in the horse corral and get some of the dried up horse manure and put in a flour sifter and come in and just sift just a little bit over the top of it, I would not take the lower portion of the cake and eat it. I would throw the whole cake out. Okay, you can make your own link to what I'm saying there with whether we teach it in the elementary grade and secondary, or just in one of them or in none of them. The next principle, during my career as a certified public accountant, I had the opportunity, not that I relished it by any stretch of the imagination, of uncovering fraud 4 times. And I will tell you, with every time I discovered fraud in an accounting system, there is no such thing as one cockroach. Every time I found when one cockroach would stick its nose out and say, somebody stole money from me, I would dig deeper into the books, and without fail, I would always find an ongoing history. There is no such thing as one cockroach, and there is no such thing as one loveisrespect.org. The other accounting principle, and this one is a real accounting principle, and it's called sunk cost. Sunk cost, and Leon, this is probably one that you know. The others I may have made up, okay? A sunk cost is when I purchase an asset. Maybe it's a piece of equipment. Maybe it's an accounting program. Pick your asset. I don't care. And after I've bought and paid for that, and I do a little more research, and I find that there is the product that will do the job I need done faster, more efficiently, and in the long run will create greater profitability for the business, I look at what I've already paid for, and I don't say, but it's paid for. It won't cost us anymore to keep using it. Baloney. Bovine stool. I cannot afford to keep using that asset when I could purchase a new one that would be more efficient and produce better results for the business. I grew up in Midvale when Midvale was a cool place to be. Okay. I grew up in a world where the values that I was taught at home were reinforced in the school system. I love the teachers that I had, especially in the elementary level, because they didn't teach me things I didn't know so much as they reinforced what I learned at home. I don't know if we still live in that world. I grew up a long time ago. But I find it very, very difficult to support the poison tree at any level in our district. And as such, that's how I'll be voting.
Thank you. Mrs. Oaks? Okay, Mrs. Schiff.
Okay, so I just want to thank all of my fellow board members. You all had some really good comments. I don't have as good of stories as they do. I'll just admit that. So I'm getting my master's right now, and I have a stats class. So I have looked at the numbers and looked at the survey, and I have come up with some averages, some means of the people that I represent. And I feel like I have to represent the people in my area, just like my fellow board members do. So for the elementary schools in my area, 59% of parents want to keep Second Step for next year, for the rest of this year. No, not for next year. And 14% said they would opt out. So that's a 4-to-1 ratio that my parents want to keep Second Step. So, and it's not just that I'm going to be voting that way. We've received tons of emails. I've talked to principals. I've talked to teachers. I've talked to lots of parents. There's just it's not an easy issue. There's a lot of different things we have to take into consideration. Teachers, as you've heard, we've had to have the 6 virtual days because they're overwhelmed. We can't like add anything new to them. We can't expect them to learn a new curriculum. It's just going to be too hard for them. You've also heard how lots of students are having discipline problems. And so teachers are asking for help. They need help. And the social emotional programs do help with that. I am in favor of these lessons being vetted. I'm in favor of us sending out information before the lesson is taught for parents to see. I'm in favor of transparency. And I also do not want it at the middle school level, and I don't want it next year. I'm in favor, just like Holly said, of going through our strategic planning process and going out for an RFP and looking at different programs. And that's all. I'm not as long-winded as the rest, but we want to get out of here before midnight. At least I do.
Thank you. Mrs. Oakes?
I want to thank all of my fellow board members for all of the time and effort you guys have put into this. They're really dedicated people, and it's been a very long couple of months dealing with this issue. And I want to make something extraordinarily clear. I think it would be easy to characterize that those who vote in favor of Second Step are anti-family. Those who are opposed to it are pro-family. I want to make it really clear that's not true. These board members, every single one of them up here, I know them pretty well by now. They all care about kids. They all care about families. They care about parents. And they're very dedicated to that principle. They're looking at this issue and are making efforts towards the same goal. They just see it differently. And I think we need to, as a society, be better about hearing other people's perspectives without condemning them and categorizing them in a way that we don't want our kids to do with each other. Next, I'd like to comment on the fact that I really feel that so much of the distress of what we're seeing in the schools is a function of the dismantling of family structures within society and everything that comes out of that. And the schools are consistently being asked to pick up the slack and all that comes along with it. I think it's important to recognize that these teachers and principals, as a result, they are fighting a good fight. They are trying to help kids, many of whom are not as lucky as the children of parents in this room. And every single teacher, every single principal needs our love, our appreciation, our support, even when you may not always understand what they are doing or why they make certain decisions. Go and talk to them, have conversations. Let's talk to each other like human beings again. Next, with respect to some of what Ms. Neibauer said earlier about the fact that social and emotional learning is not required, I don't necessarily agree with that. I think that there are parts of this, of what comes down from UASBE, though it doesn't say it has to be a standalone curriculum. We are supposed to teach it. It's addressed in Portrait of the Graduate and in other places. With that said, Superintendent Dixon has said that we as a district have chosen to follow a bit of a unique path in choosing to do a standalone curriculum. And I would anticipate that the legislature this next session is going to really address a lot of this. And it will be interesting to see what comes out of that. As far as I understand, there are already some bills that are in play, and we're going to watch some of how that evolves. As I looked at the data and I asked to be able to disaggregate the data out between elementary schools, it was interesting for me to see how that all played out. There are certainly large chunks in each of those schools that are definitely not in favor. I was equally surprised by those who don't have an opinion and are uncertain of whether or not it has helped their kids or hasn't helped their kids. Interestingly enough, my kids go to an elementary school where they have had second step lessons,
And when I was filling out our own survey, I turned to my two children that have had it and I said, what do you think? Do you like it? And they were like, It was actually kind of surprising. I kept saying, really? I liked some of the stuff that came home. And, we had some good conversations. And they were like, I said, would you be sad if it was pulled out? And it was completely flat. That surprised me a little bit. In my opinion, it seems as though if this is a program that's really helping as much as we say it is, I think we would be seeing more parents who are seeing that difference and that they would be more in favor of it than what seems to be indicated within the survey. I also have a real problem with CASEL and with transformative SEL. The more I research it, the more concerned I am about it and where that's going. And I do feel that in light of some of these issues that are at play and with the feedback that I've gotten from my own constituency, that it would be wise for it to go to strategic planning first, and to have more discussion and more feedback from some of those parent groups and some of the data that we've received through strategic planning to better understand how we can do this. Does it really have to be a standalone curriculum? Does it not? I am a huge proponent of the idea of whole child learning. I think children need more movement. They need more time outside. They need access to the arts. They need a holistic education, a lot of things which have been stripped out over time. And I feel very strongly that that needs to be looked at more deeply. I would agree with Ms. Neibauer with regard to devices and how digital literacy is very, very important to our children. And I really feel that there's a lot of blame that's being thrown around. This is something I've noticed with some of the rhetoric. I am a parent of 5 children. I have children ages 17 down to age 8. And I too am alarmed by a lot of what we're seeing in popular culture and how much it infiltrates our children's world. And I also would caution us to be considerate of the fact that the schools are not necessarily to blame for where that has all started to come from. It comes from a lot of different places and it's taken place over a long period of time. And it's everywhere throughout our lives. And I would say that often, Colin Karchner was brought up tonight. He's somebody whose content, there's a lot of pieces of that I've paid close attention to and I appreciate. One of the things that Colin often said is you cannot blame the schools for this issue with the phones. It comes down to you parents. And it's interesting because some of the parents who have approached me about some of these issues, that they're very concerned about a curriculum that takes place 20 to 30 minutes a week. Often I wonder, are they just as vigilant in making sure that their kids' devices are on lockdown or that they're watching what's happening? Are they having those conversations? It's really easy to point fingers at blame at an institution that's being asked to pick up the slack for a lot of kids that are struggling. But we all own a piece of this, which brings me to my next piece. And also, I do want to mention, and similar to what other board members have said, that I feel very strongly in the importance of transparency and that whatever goes forward with regard to a curriculum with this district, that it needs to have a lot of transparency, a lot of parent input, a lot of time for people to take a close look at it. If you want to know the truth, I've been surprised over the last few years to see how little parents actually pay attention to curriculum decisions. Curriculums will come and go. We wait, we leave it open for people to look. And when they come back and say, 3 people looked, we're like, seriously? Okay, we could put it out there for another month and then come back. Still nobody else has looked. So it's really great, actually, to see parents are waking up to those curriculum changes and shifts. I would encourage you to look at it at the state level. It's really important for you to also have input and keep an eye on some of that as well. With regard to the aftermath on this, And in case you haven't guessed, I'm not going to vote in favor of continuing second step through the end of the year. But I have a very, very, very deep concern about what this does with regard to our teachers and our principals. I see kind of like what Mr. Wrigley talked about, divisions happening within our community, and I'm very deeply concerned about that. We need teachers. We need principals. We need all of us in order for this to work. We need community. And we need every single parent to offer support and help to these people. Come in, volunteer in the schools. Come in and substitute and express your confidence and your belief and your support of these people. Their morale is really low right now. It's really low. And I don't want people feeling emboldened by this and thinking that somehow, like if they have a disagreement, if they have something that they're concerned or upset about, that lock, stock, and barrel, that means they can just go and try and run over a principal or run over a teacher. And just, we have to be sensitive and we have to be human and kind. Something that has been brought up by a lot of teachers and principals through this whole thing is that they find it incredibly ironic that sometimes in the controversy and in the concern and in the upset, that there are times that as human beings, we don't treat each other in the way that we are trying to teach our kids, whether it's through SEL curriculums or whether it's how we teach them in the home. Sometimes we're not very good examples. And I would implore the parents here and parents throughout the district and any other adult that has contact with these issues to consider that and to make sure that we are setting a great example for the youth in this district. They're watching us. They watch us very closely. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. I have also done a lot of thought and study and research on this. And as I've thought it through, this discussion has taken on many different forms. And I feel like there has been some of the problems are in that we're talking almost like apples and oranges in some regards, that the discussion is on what a couple other board members have brought up about a set curriculum that was approved by the board 2.5 or more years ago and has been implemented in our schools with much success. And then now all of a sudden that is under attack, as well as the whole idea of social emotional learning and social emotional supports. And it's just become very convoluted. And in many regards, I grieve the pain that has been caused by this discussion and how it's taken on many different aspects. And in doing so, I feel like hurt and pain has been caused not only from at home and parents with their concern and their worries, but also with our educators. And I feel like I need to say that and recognize how deeply invested so many people have been in this whole discussion. I apologize. This curriculum was adopted to solve a real problem, and there was research done. There were situations happening in classrooms that not only were teachers and principals asking for help and what can we do, but parents were asking for help and what can we do to support children with their social and emotional and behavioral issues and challenges, those were very real. So someone asked earlier tonight, kind of, why did this even come to pass? Well, it's because it was a solution to a very real problem. And I don't think that problem has gone away just because the solution now has morphed into something different. And so when I talk about pain, I want to recognize that people are still going to have a problem and want help and want support from the school system. And as I've done my consideration, listened to people, discussed and met with people and read emails, read articles, looked into things, I feel like, yeah, there's great opportunity moving forward after this school year through our strategic planning process to take a look at really how we can best support students, parents, teachers, and develop schools and classrooms that are supportive of each other and build healthy and good opportunities for growth. And I feel like there is opportunity moving forward. But I just keep coming back to what right now? What right now? And I am supportive of keeping second steps in our elementary schools right now, this school year. I understand and appreciate, the comments that have been said, and respect everyone's opinion to feel differently, but that is my opinion, and I feel like it is representative of the schools and the community which I was elected to represent. I too want to clarify, and again, it goes back to kind of this confusion of this whole discussion, that we are required to provide social and emotional learning. We are not required necessarily to provide it through set aside instructional time and an adopted curriculum. However, that is what the district and the board decided to do 2.5 years ago. And so I just hope that whatever happens through board action tonight, that it's not interpreted kind of what Mrs. Oakes was referring to. It's not interpreted as not supportive of educators and teachers and parents, and not supportive of social and emotional supports and learning, because I feel like there are, and it was talked about earlier, there are many things that we are doing to help with that. And that needs to continue. And I'll be honest, I am concerned that if we don't have something in place this year, other issues are going to arise. And I am concerned about that. So let's see if I had anything else that, this whole discussion it's not about whether or not we care about children or whether or not we care about families. Because I think it's obvious that we do. And I hope everyone in this room and everyone listening understands that every board member is passionate about children, about the role of public education in our community. And I mean, that's why we're here. That's why we're sitting in these seats. It's because we care. So I will end my comments there.
Would you entertain a motion?
I have another comment before an emotion. Anyway,
I think I guess it sounds like we're still in discussion time. Thank you.
Just a couple other things. We're talking about, as Steve was saying, like, okay, so we vote to not use second steps, but then we vote to, let me just go to second steps. If you vote to have second steps stay in the elementaries, and when you really look, the way I look at the data is different than what you guys are looking at the data. I'm looking at the data as those who do not believe that this is working, and those who do not want it, and then those who do not know enough. If you combine those people are equal to or more than the people who said they wanted it. And so then we put it back in the classroom in elementary, and then that's half or more than half of the parents who are saying they're not quite sure or that they don't want it, and they're going to take it. They're going to take their kids out, or maybe not take them out, because I don't know that at this point, because there's just too many. I don't know enough. I don't believe, and I don't want it. That then we're going to have this problem in classrooms, because then there's going to be, let's just say if it's a fourth, I mean, if we want to even talk a fourth of the kids in a classroom of 20, there will be, help me with my math. No, I'm just teasing. I know, I'm just teasing. I teach math. Anyway, 5 kids that you're going to have to put somewhere. And when you're talking 7 classes of first graders, times that by 7, that's a whole class of kids that you're going to take out and put someplace else, and then try to figure out what to do with them. And in my brain, it's easier to leave them in the classroom and develop. And I'm not giving this to teachers to have to do, but we all do know how to teach some art lessons, and we do know how to do activities with students that would fit within that realm of being able to learn to be good friends, being able to say nice things, being able to know what the class rules are doing, being able to know what the school rules are. And we also have brain boosters, and it wouldn't hurt to add 5 minutes to our brain boosters. And I'm sure that gives the teachers more time to do PLCs. And I think we're creative enough, and we have enough education that we should be able to do that without too much difficulty, because I too am in the trenches, and I too do not want anything added to my plate. Right now, I go to school at 6, I get home about 8, and I work all day Saturday and Sunday doing, I won't call it stupid. I better call it another word. Doing letters spelt wrong. I don't know why you have a program spelt wrong when you're learning letters, but okay. Hours on end. And so I don't want to give the teachers anything more. So with that said, I think that we can add minutes to brain boosters, or minute to fine arts, or activities where they're out there doing physically things. If you've read the book Spark says the more activities you do before you learn an academic lesson, your brain starts sparking and building brain cells. So even if we do something that even is like jog, I mean, I'm sorry, you don't have to make them. They can walk, jog, or run the field every day for 10 minutes and then come back. They will learn more in the next 2 hours than they have learned in the whole time you have them there. So I just think we can manage it.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Nybauer has another brief
Yes,
comment.
I'll be very quick. I think there was some confusion over what I was saying earlier. Ms. Oaks was saying it does talk about social emotional learning. I was saying that too. yes, the USBE rule says social emotional learning. I was making the distinction. It does not say social emotional curriculum, which is a separate program. So you and I are saying the same thing. The other thing I wanted to say is I was looking when Ms. Schill was talking about the statistics, and I was looking just kind of, it goes along with what Clarine said, but when we look at the full parent survey, there was 54.2% that said, yes, I would have my child participate. There was 29 that said they don't know yet, and 17 that said they would not. So we can't count on the ones that haven't decided yet. So if you do that math, that's 45.48% that may opt their children out and 54 that do. And so when Ms. Tingy was talking about supporting teachers, because I am a former teacher, I don't want to do anything like that in my class where I think nearly half the class could possibly opt out of this. And you know, these parents that just got this survey, lots of times what happens is these parents that say, I don't have enough information, guess what they do when they close out that survey? They start researching. And so there's going to be other parents that have made up their mind. So as far as supporting our teachers, I really echo what Ms. Tingy says, our president. I do support teachers. I am grateful that our teachers make that decision every day to make a difference in the life of a child. And because I support our teachers, I am not interested in implementing any other program that they would have to have new training on for this year. I agree with Ms. Arnold. Our teachers can do a lot of other things in that 20-minute time span. And so I don't know if anyone has any other discussion. If not, I'll make a motion. Oh, Mr. Wrigley does.
Mr. Wrigley.
Just really quickly. I don't think doing nothing is an answer. So we have to do something. But I'm sort of discouraged tonight because I thought we'd be able to come to some kind of a compromise. Truly, I've listened to a lot of parents on all sides. And as you're here tonight, there are other parents, probably 55, maybe 60% that are on the other side. They want the same thing that you do. But anyway, don't think so, huh? I know so. And there's a lot of teachers and a lot of, I'm not just representing the teachers. I've got a lot of constituents in my area that really want to keep the program and don't want to even get rid of such a step. So it was sort of a compromise to say, I feel that I need to get rid of the second step because that's what we need to do. And I think we need to move forward on this. I mean, as far as motions wise, I'd like to make a motion to address, to end the second step in the middle schools, because I think we all agree on that one. I think we could probably get 100% vote on that.
I believe Mr. Millerberg reserved the right to make a motion first. So I think we'll end discussion and now turn it to the board for action.
And Mr. Wrigley, I agree with you on that part. And that's why I'm planning on separating the issues. And I would like to start in as much as second step is currently suspended for the elementary schools. I would like to make a motion that that suspension be made permanent. Elementary school.
I'll second that.
Okay, so will you state the motion again, please?
Okay. The motion is I would like to have the suspension of second steps made permanent in the elementary grades.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it, and Miss Arnold seconded it.
I think
only one word. 1
second is all we need. So, okay. All right. So there's a motion and a second.
You can give this, Holly.
Any discussion to this motion? Mr. Wrigley.
So the question on the elementary is we get rid of second step, but we do not replace anything in its place.
I said I'm separating the motions.
Yeah, he's separating motions.
I'm separating motions because I'm sure that there will be different votes on different issues. Issue number one is I would like to make the suspension of second steps at the elementary grade permanent.
And with no recommendations what to do?
Not at this time. Let's take a vote on this one and then we'll see what recommendations we have.
Any other discussion to this motion? No. Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and we'll vote on it. And just for clarity, will you restate the motion before I ask for the vote?
The motion is that second steps, the suspension of second steps in the elementary grades be made permanent.
Okay, thank you, board.
So a yes vote means
Terminate it
terminate second steps.
For elementary.
in elementary school.
Elementary.
All right. All right, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
No.
No. And will the nays please raise their hands so that our secretary can get that? Okay, the motion passes 4-3. Thank you. So any board, any further action?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we suspend, I guess we terminate second step in the middle schools, but that we instruct the administration to put out requests for proposals to look for options in the coming school year to replace it. And that the middle schools be given the right or the opportunity to go ahead and put together the programs that they deem appropriate in the interim period of time. I think
Let's do that like 2 steps at a time, because that creates everybody doing their own thing clear across the district. So let's do 2 steps.
the middle schools are going to have to do something, Clarion, this year. They've already have sort of a program. They would like to be able to do some kind of a social emotional program rather than totally cripple them and not allow them to do anything.
I agree with Mrs. Arnold that I would like to separate the issues on that one as well.
Okay, a motion has been made and I have not yet heard a second to the motion. Is there a second to the motion?
In that case, I
Okay,
would like to make
that motion did not receive a second.
I'll make a motion.
So
I would like to make one.
okay, I believe Mr. Millerberg
I'm on a roll tonight. I
spoke
usually don't make
first
motions.
on that. So go ahead.
I hate making motions, but I'll do it. I would make a motion that second steps at the secondary level that be terminated as well.
I'll second that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion to this motion?
I guess same question. Your motion, you're not replacing it with anything. We're just terminating it and leaving it.
Let's vote on this one, Mr. Wrigley, and then you can make your motion.
Well, I mean, it's that makes a big difference in my vote. If I'm just terminating with nothing to replace it, I may vote no. If I'm terminating with some option that was going to replace it in the future or giving the authority to the administration to do something, I'm going to vote yes.
I don't think we're saying you can't. I don't think we're really saying you can't do something. We're just saying we're not doing second steps.
I would like
Then
to
we can
call
come
for
back to
question.
saying what we're going to do.
Call for the question.
Okay, the question has been called, and so we will need to vote on that, calling the question. Or we can just go back to the primary motion is what call the question means, and discussion. So all in favor of calling the question, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the question has been called. The maker of the motion, will you please restate your motion?
The motion is that second steps be terminated at the secondary level as well.
And I second it again.
Yes, so the motion has been restated. I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you. Okay,
Now can I make a motion?
yes, Mr. Wrigley, you may make a motion.
I was not happy with that last motion because it left us out in the air. I make a motion that two things within my motion, as I said before. First off, that I make a motion that we instruct the administration to work with parents and work with others to put together a RFP out to replace the second step starting next school year. And the other one is we allow the principals and the SCCs in their respective schools to take what they currently are using, and many times it's using Avid and it's using Second Step, and replace Second Step with other social emotional principles, or what we'd say they're already doing something in that aspect already, because we cut them down. But to actually allow them to do that until we replace it with an alternative program.
Okay.
Can I ask a question to the motion?
Yeah. So yes, go ahead, Mrs. Arnold.
So if we already have in place restorative practices in Avid and PBSI and circles, those are already there. They've already been there. I don't think there has to be a motion on that. They're already there. They're in place. They're already doing them. So I don't see how this gets us anywhere.
Because they are also right now trying to replace what we took away from them when we stopped Second Step. I don't know if anybody from administration could speak to what they're currently doing that might help a little bit.
So at this point, we have a motion, and really to have any further discussion on it, we need to have a second to
I'll
the motion.
second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and now we can discuss.
I'd like
the
to have
motion.
discussion to the motion. So currently, I know the schools I've gone to, the counselors go in into the classrooms and teach lessons on kindness, respect, friendshiping. The last middle school I was just at, they had just done a friendship lesson. Indian Hills, I think I forwarded to everyone, the lessons they have. The one thing I do know is because the middle school curriculum has been on hold since essentially almost the very beginning of the school year, everything I've heard from administrators is they have already adjusted their schedules. So we're not in a hole here where they don't know what to do with the time. They've made those changes in their schedules already. And so what is currently in place is what's always been before we had curriculum, which is those counselors and social workers going and rotating to the classes and teaching those lessons on kindness, friendship, character stuff.
That's my understanding too. That as soon as we put things on hold, they went ahead, the principals, and put things in place, taking up and using that time.
Can you come up with an idea what's going on in the middle school?
Further discussion to the motion, Mrs. Schill.
Yeah, I was just wondering if the administration could come and tell us what is going on.
So, thank you, Mr. Robinson. So as the director of middle schools, I work closely with all of the principals, and you're right, Ms. Nybar, they've had, most of the year that they've been flexible, coming up with different plans. Each school has a little bit different take. It's based on their needs and their data and kind of their focus areas. So I met with them again just last Thursday. We kind of reviewed all of the different things that they have in place right now. So Albion, they're doing literacy focused lessons and academic remediation time. So it's all more academically based is what they're using for that time. Some of the schools had built schedules that rotated around lunch, so they couldn't just reabsorb time, in the same way, because it would then completely change their whole master scheduling board. So Albion was one of those. So they're doing more academic kinds of focus things. Butler, they've done a lot with digital citizenship. There are a lot of digital citizenship lessons and different things like that.
Can we go back to Albion 1 second?
Yes.
Do they not do mindfulness also?
They did mindfulness a few years ago. I think they still have some lessons on that they embed.
Okay.
But Dr. Hart said primarily this is their focus time, because they were one of the schools who had not implemented Second Step yet. So this was kind of a new structure of time, and this is how they're using it right now. Butler is doing primarily digital citizenship lessons. They also have silent sustained reading. They're using it for grade reviews, having opportunities to have conversations with students to basically, do grade checks, kind of see how they can help them. And they're doing, as Mr. Wrigley mentioned, some kindness, character type skills within that framework. Draper Park, they were also one of the schools who had not adopted. So at this point, they've moved back to their regular schedule. They took that block of time and reabsorbed it into their day. So they don't have a pullout or advisory piece. So they are working with counselors. In the past, they've had counselors go in, they had a kindness campaign and different things that they've done. So they're looking at that, and also working just with their SCC, making sure that they're finding out some things that they could do this year. Eastmont has monthly PBIS goals, and then they've worked with themes that are based on their discipline data. So really finding the areas where the kids are most struggling in their classroom behavior and things like that, and then trying to come up with some lessons or some things that will be reflected in their PBIS plans. Indian Hills, you had mentioned, they have kind of 2 times a month that are more focused in check-ins, academic pieces, and then they have the circles that you were referencing, or the topics that they do monthly. All the middle schools have things around gratitude, this month for Thanksgiving. Midvale, they have a unique position because they have the MYP program, which is part of that IB feeder. So they have a lot of their lessons, even when they did second step, there was a lot of MYP built into that. So they're continuing with that. A lot of it is focused on understanding the brain and things like that, as well as building relationships. They're working with trauma-informed practices. They have a lot of things at their school that are specific needs that they're trying to make sure are happening for their students. Mount Jordan is focusing as well on the digital citizenship, extending the lessons, doing more of those lessons, because we've seen a real uptick. Well, I didn't mean a pun with tick, but the whole TikTok debacle, with the bathrooms and all of the different things that have happened with social media and all of the issues that are just really coming to a head here in our middle schools. So they wanted to do more with the digital citizenship components, helping their kids understand how to use their technology responsibly. And they also do a lot of the grade checks. And part of that's always been part of their piece. Union is the other middle school who has moved the time back into their regular day. So they don't have that scheduled set time anymore. Principal Tatioli said their science teachers are kind of the lead. They're doing circle topics weekly that are focused on community building. So how are they going to build their union community? How are they treating each other there? And the topics are created by the administrative team and approved by them before any of the teachers are having those discussions. So that's the overview of where they are now. They really do want, for this interim part, because so much time has gone by and they've done this piece of kind of putting things together in this new year. They really are hoping they're allowed in the interim to continue with what they're doing, and then they really want to see that long term, whatever that goes, whatever's the long term plan. So that's where the middle schools are. So any questions about them?
Questions about that information, Mr. Millerberg?
One question I have, and one major concern, is when you turn 8 middle schools loose to do their own thing. Control is a good thing and it's a bad thing all at the same time. I worry about what somebody may come up with to teach in one school. What kind of oversight do you have on that to make sure that the things we say are not taught in our school district are not taught in our school district? When they're, the benefit of a fixed curriculum is that we know what's being taught.
Right. And I would agree, that's their preference.
I'm going back to where I trust the education professionals. I trust the building administrators to be the ones that are overseeing that, but it's still, I guess it's one of those trust but verify type things.
And they will, like, their preference certainly is to have that consistency, because for them, it's also a safeguard, you know, to make sure that they're following something that the board has approved, that it's all that process that they feel like is important. I think right now my personal responsibility as their supervisor is to make sure I know what they're doing, that I'm going over and being part of that process, that I'm attending their SCC meetings, you know, that I'm making sure that what they say is actually happening. And then I do know, and I have complete confidence, my team of principals are very connected to their school community councils and have great relationships with them, and really respect those parents who serve and help them. And so I know that they've been already talking with their parents, and like this is part of their conversations with their school community councils. And that would need to continue. Like, that transparency needs to be there. And for any parent who wanted to come in and talk to them, they just have that relationship with the SCC.
I don't have any answers. I just have questions. So I'm glad you have answers.
I'm trying. Yeah.
Okay. Mrs. Oaks and then Mrs. Neubauer.
Thank you, Cindy. One of the things I really appreciated when we went to visit Indian Hills was how they went about incorporating certain lessons for kids, that the kids were able to opt in and sign up for different classes. And so, you know, similar to what we were talking about in the October 19th meeting, and I've had concerns about making sure that SEL approaches don't necessarily replicate therapy,
right?
Or get to a place that we're really focusing on psychoeducation rather than psychotherapy. And I did think that there, the chance for parents to sign up and say, I need a little extra help in this area of education for my child. And there were certain slots. And so it was very organized about how they went about it. And I was very impressed. I'm curious how much the middle schools have had the opportunity to learn from each other that way, to compare notes. I know sometimes the schedules don't always allow for that, but, you know, and having teachers in my family, one of the things they've often said is that some of the best learning they've had is when they get to go visit other schools or other classrooms and learn for how they're doing it. I'm just curious what your thoughts are on that.
Well, my fellow people can attest. We have more meetings than anyone. They level meeting, and our level meetings are like 4 hours, 5 hours longer. They are very cohesive and very much sharing. Many of them worked with each other in different capacities over the years. They've been administrators at the middle school level, many of them for a long time. So we talk about this stuff a lot, and they share, and somebody will have an idea and they'll say, oh, what's that? Like, what are you doing for this? Or this is what we're thinking. And they'll immediately be sending out, sharing their Google Docs, sharing their Canvas courses, sharing whatever they're finding that's successful for their kids. And so when we bring up these great ideas, yes, they're very much part of the conversation with each other, and always looking for ways to work together to find good solutions. Yeah.
Mrs. Neubauer.
Thank you so much, Cindy. As you were describing that, I was like, it's like a family reunion when they get together.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I appreciate your preparation and how connected you are to our middle schools. And Mr. Wrigley, to address your concern, there's a few things that I was thinking about. We have this strategic planning coming up, social emotional supports, of which you're moderating. And I would hope that one thing that might be helpful is for Ms. Hanson to go and gather those things. Like, you know, I know I sent to the board what Indian Hills was doing with the opt-in, right? And this opportunity that parents have to sign up. Okay, my child is having a hard time adjusting to middle school, and they opt into those things. Recognizing it may not be a one size fits all.
Right.
And then also, I just was so excited to hear how many schools are working more on digital citizenship. And so I would love, if it's possible with our social emotional supports committee, if you could bring back, because as I've gone into the middle schools, they're all saying the phone is such a big part of this. So I would love for you to bring that back. Are you going to be in that committee meeting?
I'm the facilitator for the high quality teaching.
Oh, with me. Yay. No, I'm access to high quality education,
yeah,
different than high level teaching.
Yeah.
Oh, you're doing the
Members with-
post-secondary. Is that what you're doing?
No, it's just the teaching staff.
Oh, high quality teaching staff. Okay. Is there a
I can
possibility?
give you whatever information you'd like. I'm happy to share it.
That might be nice because I agree with what Mr. Wrigley's saying and Mr. Millerberg about making sure that there's a sense of cohesiveness and we aren't teaching anything that we've said we're not teaching, as well as that there's a good plan moving forward. And I'd love to hear directly from the middle schools about what they feel is the greatest need.
Yeah, absolutely. I can do that. You want me to send it to everybody or just
Yeah.
Mr. Wrigley?
So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion to the motion?
I don't know. Did we have a second? Because the question was, we already have things in place.
Yes, because then we could discuss the motion. And
Okay,
so that's
so
what we've been doing is discussing the
Can I have,
motion.
is it called clarify?
So I will ask Mr. Wrigley to restate the motion.
So what I am stating in my motion is that we allow the middle schools to proceed as they currently are right now in conjunction with their SCCs to determine how they're going to fill this void until the district comes up with something alternative. I'd also like to clarify that I would like to see the administration give the authority to move forward to find an alternative so that we have something.
Can I have a little question on that with the discussion? Okay, my question is, I like your idea, but I don't want that to come before we go through the process of strategic planning to identify in that social emotional supports meetings that you do. I'd like that to be established, that those priorities to be established before. Are you wanting to do it? Are you wanting to do that before all our meetings? Because I'm thinking this should play into our strategic planning. Are you wanting to do it after?
I am fine with it coming after. I just think we need to move forward and give them some hope that something will happen the next school year.
Mrs. Oakes, to the motion.
I think in answer to both of your questions, I think both are good approaches in the sense that strategic planning is literally starting on Monday. And then the beginning of December, I think my guess is, and maybe Superintendent Robbins can address this, I think it will take a while for us to be able to even put together the committees and put options forward. And so if we allow the administration to move forward and mobilize on that, my guess is it will happen naturally after strategic planning is more or less wrapping up.
Further discussion to the motion?
I think it needs to be separated because we do have the strategic plan coming up. And that's just part of the plan and that's part of it. So I think we just need to go ahead and do the motion that we let them do what they need to do. And then we let that go. And then we go to the strategic plan and then we come back to this.
Are you making a substitute motion?
I guess I am. So I make a
Will you
motion.
state your substitute motion, please?
My substitute motion is that we continue to let the middle schools do as they have already planned and been doing.
I will second that and make a quick discussion. I like what Mr. Wrigley's suggesting, but I don't want it to be put out to RFP until we've established the priorities, which will happen through strategic planning. So I don't want it to go to RFP before those priorities are established. So that's why I'm seconding Ms. Arnold's motion.
Okay, we have a substitute motion and a second discussion to the substitute motion.
I'll say something.
Yes.
Steve, why don't you just amend your motion to say that? Because otherwise we're just going to have another motion.
Okay, I will amend my motion then to just give the middle schools the authority to proceed until the end of the year.
Okay.
And maybe can I request in the motion that we bring this back for further discussion?
So, okay. Let me just think here procedurally. We have a substitute motion that has been seconded. So the procedure is to vote on that one and then depending on that outcome, we would go back to the primary motion. Yes, so please, will the maker of the substitute motion restate the motion?
Okay, I make a motion to allow the the middle school principals and SECs to continue doing what they have been doing in this interim and for the rest of the year.
And I second that.
Okay, so the substitute motion has been restated. Any further discussion to this substitute motion? Okay, I will call for a vote on that motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Okay, board, any further action? I mean, this would be the time if you wanted to do your second part. No, okay. All right, board, any further action on this matter? Mrs. Nybauer.
I don't have further action, but I'm wondering if it would be, and if Mr. Wrigley would like this as well, if it would be all right to go ahead and state that assignment that Ms. Hanson come to the social emotional supports with recommendations from principals and counselors at the middle schools as part of the discussion and strategic planning. Can that be established as something the board would like to do? Would you like that, Mr. Wrigley?
Mrs. Oakes.
I actually would prefer that the strategic planning process on this start fresh and out of the box and come forward with solutions. I mean, if that comes up and they request some of that information, that's one thing. But I think that we need to kind of open it up a little bit and see what the community as a whole is looking for, rather than coming and saying these are preconceived solutions we've found. I would like there to be more brainstorming and opportunity for that.
Yeah, and I don't want any less brainstorming. I'm just saying, like, for example, she had a lot of middle schools that are doing more with digital citizenship. That would be nice to be part of the discussion, because that's the thing we're hearing, but people are really concerned about. So not that we're coming up with these are possible solutions, still have brainstorming, but just that's part of the discussion, that a lot of middle schools are interested and concerned about that, just as part of the discussion.
The only thing is Cindy has to be leading another group.
I'm
She's
saying
in
just
charge
give
of
the
another
information to Mr. Wrigley, because he was concerned about hearing feedback from the middle schools. So,
well, he's been here and been listening. Yeah, he's been listening to our discussion.
At this point, it's getting pretty late. I think we just need to move on. We can bring this before the board at a future time.
Okay, thank you. That concludes that item. We will now move to approval of 2022-2023 school calendar and tentative approval for 2023, 2024, and 2024-2025 school calendars. And I understand that Mr. Leon Wilcox will be addressing this one.
Thank you, President Tingy and board members. Just want to excuse Floyd Stensrud. He's had surgery recently, but is recovering well. Should be back with us hopefully next week. But I'll fill in here. Again, a big thank you for the calendar committee. I know Steve Wrigley and Amber Schill serve as the board representatives on that committee. Always very difficult to squeeze 180 days in from August 15th to the end of May, with 2 weeks for Christmas and a week for spring break and Thanksgiving and all the other holidays. So again, a big thank you to the committee. Before you on board docs, we have the calendars. They have not changed from the first reading to the second reading and then to the third reading here. Just to review, as President Tingy says in our study session, hard to believe the 22-23 year is almost on us. Well, it does become upon us with the calendar here. Again, the proposed calendar for next school year, we will start on August 15th and on May 26th. We'd have, of course, the 2 full weeks out for the holiday break, as well as a week for for spring break. We'll move on. Brighton, the same time, of course. Only difference would be the trimester end dates there. Okay. So now that's the calendar we'd like you to approve for next year. Again, we always like to put out 2 years of tentative calendars for our employees, our parents, our students. So if they're planning trips or whatnot, they know when school will be in session, when we plan to start. So for the 2023-24 year, in our guidelines, we have always said we wouldn't start before August 15th. So actually this year it does get bumped back because of the day of the week. So this one is proposed that we start on August 21st, 2023, and on May 30th, 2024. The only one key difference of this one is instead of 10 days of holiday break, there would be 9 to squeeze that in again, try to end before the end of May. And you can also see the Brighton calendar there, same dates, again, a little different on the trimester dates. Then finally moving again to the new tentative calendar for 24-25, we would start on August 19th. We would be able to get the 10 full days of the holiday break and end on the May 30th, same date as the previous year. So those are, again, the tentative ones. We are subject to change. We have been pretty proud of ourselves that we really haven't changed these over the last several years. Once we made them tentative, been able to make them permanent moving forward. So before you are the calendars. Again, big thanks to the committee. But any questions or a motion?
Okay, board, any discussion or questions? Mr. Millerberg, is that a question?
Question.
Okay.
I'm flip-flopping on this one. Okay. And I'm not proposing we make many changes to the ones that we're going to approve, but maybe on the tentative. Last board meeting, I called in because I was out with my grandkids. They live in the Jordan School District, and the Jordan District has for fall break a full week, which I know that means you get out later in the spring. But gosh, that was nice to have a week that you could actually plan as a family and go somewhere. My only proposal is that we survey maybe some of the parents and find out what our parents want to have happen in that area. I know I'm the one that pushed really hard to have it out before the end of May. And so I'm kind of flip-flopping on that, but I'm just saying, what is it that our constituents, that our patrons want?
We could ask.
Yes, Mrs. Schill.
So I think it's 2 years ago, the calendar committee surveyed parents and SECs and all teachers and faculty. And what we were doing is we were the district that got out the latest in the whole state. So we were trying to condense the calendar. And this is only like the second or third year of it. And if we did that, it would mess the whole thing up again. I'm just saying, we've already gone through a process to get where we are. But we can bring it up.
Yeah, I just throw that out as a thought.
I believe that would be something for the calendar committee to discuss, but it would also, there are guidelines in policy that the board has established regarding how many days each of those major holidays and breaks and recesses have. So
yeah, there's nothing in my comment that would cause me to vote no tonight.
okay, so I think we'll ask our representatives on the calendar committee to bring that feedback to their next committee meeting. All right.
We won't have a committee meeting till next summer, so you're going to have to remind me. I don't know if I'm going to remember that.
Okay.
So
Any
I'm gonna
other
make a motion.
questions or, okay.
No.
A motion is in order.
Go ahead and do
Okay.
motion, but Amber's.
Oh, okay. I'll do it. Okay. I move that we approve the 2022-2023 school calendar and tentative approval of the 2023-24 and 24-25 school calendars.
I'll second it.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion to this motion? Seeing none, I'll ask for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Leon, you promised a joke.
That motion passes.
Leon, you promised a joke.
He's walking away.
Almost done.
Okay, so sorry, that motion passes, I guess. Yeah, we got that. Okay. Next is redistricting proposal. This is a second reading, possible action. I will turn time over to Charlie Evans, Director of External Relations.
Thank you. I don't see, the good news is I don't see any reason why we can't knock this out before 1 o'clock in the morning if we get started right now. I don't really have anything to say. The map has not changed very much from what it currently is. I just want to remind the board that we're not approving this map. We are recommending it to the county, whose responsibility it is to approve the map. I think everybody's intimately familiar with it at this point, so I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. And thank you for making that clarification that what possible action would be here is just that the board would then send this map as a recommendation to the county for their consideration in the final decision.
Yes, and they've in the past, we've gone and presented the map to the county and answered their questions, but they've asked us this year just to transmit it send it to them with a transmittal letter, which I'll draft something for Superintendent Robinson or you, President, whichever one you guys prefer.
Okay.
President.
Yes. Questions? Yeah, Mr. Millerberg.
With that said, no real apparent discussion coming. First, I'd like to say, Charlie, thank you so much for your ability to work with this group of people and make it happen. And with that, I'd like to make a motion that we recommend this to the county for approval.
I'll second that motion and second the thank you to Charlie Evans as well.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion to this motion?
I have a discussion. So some of the lines are the old lines, not the total new lines. Are we leaving the old lines on there to show them?
The bright lines, I probably should have explained that. Thank you, Ms. Arnold. The bright lines are the current boundaries. The darker lines, the maroon or brown, are what is proposed.
And they'll understand that by your letter that you're sending to them, or you're going to take away the red lines when you send them?
I'm going to send it to them however they want me to send it to them, but basically what they're going to want is just the GIS information.
Okay, just wondering. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And now I have a question. What's GIS information?
I don't know, and I didn't make Rick Shees come tonight, so.
Is it the probably how they have it designated as different little pockets of population?
Those little pockets are called census blocks, but the GIS is the format of the map.
Oh, the IT technical format.
Mapping
Okay.
system. Yes, the mapping system. I'm sorry.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, or actually we have a motion and a second. Any discussion to the motion?
GIS stands for Geographic Information Systems.
Okay. Thank you.
When you say Google, where
Right.
Hi.
But it says the research surrounding area using natural hazards, points of interest, tax attributes, blah, blah, blah.
Okay. Thank you. And I guess motion and second. So if there's no further discussion to the motion, I'll call for a vote. I'm going to ask the maker of the motion to restate the motion.
You know why I usually don't make motions? Like to make a motion that as a board, we approve sending this in for the county to approve it. All we're doing is approving him sending it in.
As a recommendation.
As a recommendation.
Recommend, okay. Call it what you want to. Recommendation is great.
And I seconded that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Now I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans, and thank you for your work. I know it's something we're all glad only happens every 10 years. Thank you. All right, board, that concludes our business on the agenda for tonight's meeting. I will now turn time over to Superintendent for the staff comments, Superintendent Robbins, and then Business Administrator Leon Wilcox.
Thank you, President Team. First, just like to say thank you to the board for your deliberations and hard work on a really tough issue. I think it bears noting that our students are still going to show up each day, and they're still going to come to school with the issues and things that they face. And I'm very proud of the fact that our teachers and staff and our parents are still committed to keeping school open for our kids. We'll work through this. It's not easy. I think, we still minimize the impact of a pandemic that's now gone on almost 2 years, and people are in different places with all the issues that they face. And so, I'll reiterate, I hope we'll continue to show kindness and respect to each other. I think, unfortunately, these lines continue to divide us. And as I've said before, we're not the enemy and parents aren't the enemy. We're a union. And I hope and pray that, somehow we'll find common ground to go forward, even though sometimes, these issues seem to divide us more than unite us. And I just ask that people recommit themselves. The decision's been made. Now we've got to find a way forward and, be there for each other and not divide any further. So I just appreciate everybody's efforts on this, and we'll go forward. Also, I just want to say thank you and congratulate our ESPs for the great work that they do. I think a lot of times they really go underappreciated, and this year, especially with the labor shortage, bus drivers, lunch workers, custodians, we're very understaffed, and they're picking up the pieces to make it work, on a daily basis. Our aides, our substitute teachers, people are, filling in where they can. And I think it's, should go noted that, they're going to extraordinary efforts to keep our schools open and serve our kids. And I don't think we should lose sight of that. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wilcox.
Thank you, President Tingy. Just a couple of things. One, big shout out to our insurance department. We've completed our open enrollment last couple of weeks, trying to open enroll for insurance, 2,800 employees, a lot of work. So thank you to them. Couple other things just to highlight on our high schools. The Alta Gym opened this week. I hope you can make it over there to see that. It's beautiful. The Brighton parking lot got paved. It got striped and painted yesterday before the rain. They're doing some minor concrete work on the entrances there, but the intention is to open that next Monday or Tuesday to the public and the kids. And the Hillcrest Auditorium, we got the chairs. They were all in. They had passed the fire inspection, did training last week, and the students have started to take over that today and tomorrow. So they'll have dates coming for their fall plays. We're excited for that. And again, just to echo what Dr. Robbins said, big thank you to our ESPs. Brandon Wolf, our ESP president, was here for most of the meeting, but a big shout out. They've just gone above and beyond just with our labor shortage. Our bus drivers, our lunch workers, our custodians, pulling all kinds of hours. So big thank you for what they've done. That's all I have.
Thank you. All right, board member comments. We'll start down here. Mr. Millerberg.
last meeting, I had the advantage of having a 4-hour time zone benefit, and I still left early. And I think you've heard all from me tonight that you need to hear. So I'm done.
Thank you, Mrs. Schill.
No comment.
Mrs. Oaks.
Just a quick comment. I've had the opportunity to attend some music concerts in the high schools, and also I'm really excited for the upcoming musicals. I've heard from a lot of parents whose children are involved in those activities, and I just want to give a massive shout out to those teachers that put in unbelievable amounts of hours above and beyond. And I'm feeling it right now because my son, my 16-year-old, he's playing in the pit orchestra for Kearney Canyon's production of Newsies, and like we never see him. I sit there and I think it's one thing to have the students there, but these teachers are there so many hours. So I've just had some parents come to me and just say, I hope you know how much we love and appreciate these teachers that are doing this. It's making such a difference to our kids. They're having an incredible time. They're learning so much. They're gaining friendships and confidence in ways that they wouldn't any other way. So I just want to reiterate how much I appreciate the arts, and also a request that we prioritize the arts survey that we discussed previously as part of the Arts Consortium, especially to better inform the strategic planning process. So, and that, one more thing that we can also include that as part of the discussion in the SEL strategic planning team.
Thank you, Mr. Wrigley.
I yield my time to my wife who wants me home.
Thank you, Mrs. Neubauer.
I've got my tickets for Newsies in 2 nights and I'm excited. Thanks for bringing that up, Ms. Oaks. Yep, Thursday. I'm grateful to hear we got the parking lot done at Brighton. I've heard about that with the kids that have to park across the street. I'm sure Ms. Schill has as well. So that'll be nice with the snow upcoming. And I just wanted to, in the end, just briefly thank my fellow board members for the amount of time and energy they've spent on this difficult and complex issue tonight. And I respect everything that was shared and thank you for it. And I also just wanted to thank I thanked the parents before, but I'd like to thank the teachers for their great work. And I still would like to have on an agenda item how we can better support our teachers with the letters task in front of them. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Arnold.
I wish I was really good at singing because I want to do a commercial. And the commercial is, if you ever wanted to try out the job of custodian, now is the time. You can actually go and be a sub for a custodian, and it's not really hard. They leave lesson plans, and you can go and you can be a sub for the lunch lady, and you don't have to have a lesson plan because the kids all know and they can tell you what to do. And teachers, there are sub lessons for all those ones who want to be a teacher or even want to think about being with students. And those students love you and they say the funniest things and they do the funniest things and they make your day. And then maybe I wouldn't have to sub so much, but you know, it gets me back in the classroom and I love it. But that is my advertisement. Get out there, people. Help us, people. Don't stay home. Don't watch TV. Get some exercise. Go be a custodian. Go be a lunch lady. Go be a bus driver, but you have to learn that one. All right. Bye.
Thank you. And I will just conclude again with an expression of appreciation. This month is the month where we do focus a little bit more on Thanksgiving, and I appreciate each of the board members, the superintendent, Mr. Wilcox, and all of the district administration, the school administration, all of the teachers. I appreciate our community. I appreciate our parents. I appreciate the many wonderful things that we have in this community. And I hope that we will all be able to focus on, like superintendent said, the things that unite us and the things that bring us together, and do so with kindness and respect to all. And so with that, unless there's anything else, I declare the meeting adjourned.